Hello, everyone! Happy Sunday. First Sunday of the year. First day of the new year. Yes. We're due for a visit to Crossbell, but that'll wait until next week. I'm sure many of you are busy today or horrifically hungover. So, instead, we're going to play Trauma Team today. If you remember the Trauma Center games from 15, 20 years ago, started as some DS games. You play a surgeon, and they're pretty sci-fi. There's like little alien viruses. You gotta cut people open and zap them with lasers and stitch them back up. 2009, 2010, they came out with Trauma Team, which added a bunch of other disciplines to the roster. You've got our surgeon. Can you see the? So where's our surgeon? This androgynous dude right here is our surgeon. But we've also got a EMT, a first responder. We've got a diagnostician. We've got she, I think, is actually from one of the earlier games, but she lost her surgical license and she now works in the morgue. She's an endoscopist, and he's an orthopedic surgeon. So one of the neat things about this game is it tells it's a bit more grounded, a little bit less sci-fi. But what's interesting is a lot of the time there'll be a big accident, like a building collapses or something like that, and our first responder will go patch people up and transport them to the hospital, where our surgeon will take care of them. Or people will show up at the hospital, and our diagnostician, who probably shouldn't be smoking, will diagnose them and send them to the orthopedic surgeon or the endoscopist or the surgeon. And sometimes people die, and that's when Susan here steps in. Lou says, surprisingly enough, I'm not hungover, just tired. If I go quiet, I might have nodded off. Okay. So, Wii game. So, let me get comfy. Here we go. Alright, let us begin. Trauma Team. Because the best way to face trauma is together. There we go. This is also a game that I think, to a point, you can play the various scenarios in any order you want. So if you're not a fan of certain disciplines, you can just play all the surgery ones if that's what you're into. But me, I want to do the entire story, so that's just how I do. Okay. I have played this before, I have beat it, but I'm playing it on the Wii U. So my save is actually sitting on my Wii. It's just that I could play it on the Wii, it's just the Wii is actually harder to set up than the Wii U is, so... with modern TVs and stuff, I have to run it through an HDMI converter, so it's a little bit more difficult to set up, so we're just going to play it on the Wii U. Hello, Brian. Happy New Year. Alright. None of the people or hospitals or techniques are real. Don't try this at home, you're not a surgeon. Also, let me know how well the sound balance is if I need to adjust anything. Butterflies. Do you think those might be important to the story at some point, or they're just pretty? I'm sure it has nothing to do with anything, it's just butterflies for the sake of butterflies. Hey, a person taking a nap. Very peaceful, sleeping in a field of flowers with a bunch of butterflies. I'm guessing these characters aren't very important because they have very limited facial features. Daisuke Kaneda. Great director, but not great enough to actually capitalize his name.
Greetings, Doctor.
Hi.
Please allow me to inform you of how to interface with this hospital.
Please do.
You can tilt the control stick left and right while on this screen.
Oh, I can tilt it in more directions than that. I'm a true gamer.
This will allow you to select which Doctor's episodes to experience. Should you wish to change the difficulty of your operations, point at the difficulty icon. Then press the A button on your Wii Remote. Difficulty settings only apply to the doctors that perform operations.
What that means is the diagnostician and the morgue person. Those are more adventure games than actual, action games. So there's no difficulty selection for them. They play out the same way regardless. Okay, so this event, the butterfly thing, that's what we just saw. So this can be a little difficult to wrap your head around. This is a vertical timeline. So you can see at the top where it says character select, we're going back and forth. All the characters essentially have this same event. So what we need to do now is go down one, and this is the first point in time. Hank Freebird and Gabriel Cunningham. Yeah, so here's our doctor, CRSO1. I think our buddy here has amnesia and was and is serving out like 600 life sentences for a crime he doesn't remember committing. But they let him out of prison to perform surgeries and let him commute parts of his sentence via successful surgeries because he's really good at it. Then we have Maria Torres, who is our EMT. We've got Hank Freebird, who's our orthopedic surgeon. Tomoe Tachibana, who's our endoscopist. Gabriel Cunningham, who's our diagnostician. And Naomi Kimishima, who I'm pretty sure was in the previous game. New Blood, Second Order, Second Opinion, something like that. She's the morgue person. So this can be a little difficult to kind of figure out how to do this in the proper order. So what I do is I just start from left to right. We go down our first thing in the timeline, and then we go right until we find somebody. Okay, so we've got Tomoe, we've got our diagnostician. Right, so we'll do her first.
Everything has been prepared for your departure, Lady Tomoe.
It's probably closer to Tomoe than Tomoe, but that's alright. Naked! She naked! We're starting out with the Hot Springs episode. Yeah! Happy New Year!
Very good. Hanzo, go on ahead and wait for me there.
'Cause I'm naked.
As you wish.
I'm not getting out of this hot spring until you leave.
By the 8 million gods that exist to protect this world, I, Tomoe, daughter of Tachibana, shall heed the path of honor. Let the heavens be my witness.
Alright, time to stuff an endoscope up someone's butt.
Have a wonderful day, Lady Tomoe.
Thanks, everyone. Mina-san. Okay. So now we go back in the timeline. We're still on... And we're going to go to the right, and we're going to see what's up with Gabriel Cunningham. Happy New Year, Git.
Operation complete. All
I did it!
Bring in the next patient.
Dr. Cunningham, this patient's convulsing.
Damn it. It just never ends. Just go. Leave this place to me.
Answer the phone, Gabe. You're on call, buddy.
Yeah, I must have dozed off.
It's Lisa. I thought it'd be useless calling the house. I want to get Joshua's things next Sunday. I'm sure you won't be there anyhow. I'll drop the keys in the mailbox.
Huh. Well then.
New phone, who dis? Gabriel's a man that has his life in order. Alright, so far we're doing really good at this game. Alright, back up the timeline, let's keep going to the right. Okay, so that's everybody. So now we go down one and keep going to the right. Okay, Freebird! Lucis, that's me, just without the cigarette.
Hurry up and give me the cash! Make it quick! Not so fast, criminal! Who the hell are you? I am the ambassador of love and justice, Captain Eagle. No crime will be tolerated on my watch. What? You masked freak! I'm gonna shoot! Sir, are you all right?
Yeah.
I totally forgot about this.
Please allow me to help fix it.
Here's 23 yen.
Hey, wait! This isn't gonna cover the damage!
Alright, back to Tomoe. Now, another thing you might have just noticed is you do have the ability to skip these opening cutscenes if you're just not interested, but, I mean, the story's part of the fun, at least to me.
Hey, Tomoe!
Did she just jump out of a copter from like 20 feet?
Don't you think?
Yeah. Hey, aren't you on night shift today? You're here early.
Yes, Joshua's operation has been scheduled for today.
Oh, Gabe's son, right? I completely forgot.
It is only an ulcer treatment, so I'm sure it'll go smoothly.
I don't know. We do have a
Cool.
morgue
I'll
person
go in
on
too as your
staff, so...
support, okay?
Oh, but you can't, Maria. Didn't you work here overnight? You need to rest.
I'll be fine. This is why I work out. Just let me grab a shower.
Maria!
Never skip a cutscene,
Oh,
says
well.
Lou. That's just basic. Yeah,
Using
exactly.
a friend's kindness is not the way of honor.
Real
Hanzo,
gamers watch
Please make the
cutscenes.
preparations for the operation.
Certainly, my lady.
Looking at you, speedrunners!
We will now begin treating the ulcer using the endoscope.
We're ready, Doctor.
Do this!
Whee!
Hanzo, my instruments, please.
As you wish.
Holy moly, what is that?
This is Lady Tomoe's personal endoscope, built to her orders. The grip is boxwood, embellished with golden bellflower.
Which, 20 years ago, is pretty much what those looked like, too.
You
I mean,
have an
not that
endoscope made
ornate,
just
but
for
that's
you?
essentially what an endoscope
The
station
path
looks
of honor
like.
demands that I use the best tools I can. Gold is non-toxic. Also, it is thinner, thus less intrusive.
Still, to shell out the cash for your own endoscope?
And now, let us get this conference underway. Maria, where are Joshua's parents today?
Huh? Oh, his mother can't be here because of work. His father, he works here. We've got written consent.
I see, and I presume there are no further hurdles. The path of honor demands we save this child's life.
Right.
Okay. So, we've got Joshua Cunningham, who's Gabe's kid. So we're going to try very hard not to kill him. Age 10, male, 50 inches tall, 60 pounds. Treat the ulcers in the patient's gastric wall, hemorrhaging predicted due to the patient's inflammations. Alright. Yeah, we're... Yes, I'm single. What of it? Alright. You must seek what lies within.
Well then, let's begin the operation. Please do your best.
Alright. Use the endoscope to move to affected areas and treat them.
The view ahead is clear. The patient seems to be in good condition. Let's move the camera and take a look around.
Alright. Tilt the control pad to direct the endoscope. Yep. Yep, this is exactly what it looks like.
Responding quickly. Next, let's move it forward.
Driving the... Okay, hold the A and B buttons, so pinch, and push the Wii Remote forward to do that. This is really great. So you grab, and you push... Which, when you're using an endoscope, that's literally what you're doing, is you're feeding it in. So they do a really nice job of
Gently as the drifting water.
kind of mimicking what
Now
this is
let's
supposed
try
to be.
pulling it back.
And of course, grab and pull to back up. Press down on the control pad and hold to automatically retreat the endoscope. So you could just do that too if you want.
This truly is a quality machine. I have to thank whoever built it. Well, the endoscope seems to be working fine. Let's begin the actual procedure. First, we must locate the affected areas. Let's move forward until we find them.
Now, as far as endoscopes do have a light on that you can see the illuminating the esophageal wall. Endoscopes do have little lights on the end of them, so they would have to, because you have to see. There's no light inside. You have to see what the hell you're doing. This is stylized and it's green, but this is essentially. There's also a little air hose at the end to inflate stuff so that you can see what the hell you're doing. This is stylized, but it's not too terribly far off from what someone's esophagus looks like. So, I mean, it's pink usually. This is the wrong color. You would be very concerned if you scoped someone and their esophagus looked like this, but Alright. Approach until a blue lock-on indicator is displayed. Alright. Just inch forward here. There we go.
Tip in the blood pool to drain it.
Okay. Open, close with C, tilt to select tool. Got it. Open the palette with C and tilt to lower. Okay. So, we open our tools, we
Continue
grab our
draining it
drain,
until the blood pool disappears completely.
and we press Z. Okay. Hold Z and tilt to move the tip of the tool. Hold Z until the thing disappears. Alright.
The blood pool has been treated. Continue with the operation.
Alright. In we go. Oh hey, we're finally doing Goose Proctology Simulator that Nintendo Labo promised, yeah.
Vitals are still dropping. We must hurry and find the affected area.
Oh Jesus, he's got a geyser going up. That doesn't look good.
This area is hemorrhaging. Let's use the hemostatic forceps.
Alright. Forceps, hold Z. Alright. Release Z when hemorrhaging ends or the patient may be injured.
You can treat the hemorrhaging area. The hemorrhage has formed a blood pool. Use the drain on it. Whoa, there's still blood here. We should drain all of it away. A blood pool's formed. Don't forget to draw. Alright, it's been cauterized. Let's move on to the next treatment.
Hemostasis has been completed. Let's move on to the next treatment.
Are we sure this isn't Jabu Jabu's belly?
The vitals seem low. We should do something about that.
Alright, here's where we get into unrealistic. Alright, if vitals drop to 0, then you will fail, you know, because they're dead. Inject a stabilizer to restore vitals. Select it from the tool palette and inject the inner wall. Alright, so we've got 58 heart rate. So, we'll get the magic juice. And
The
there we
vitals
go.
have been recovered. Let's continue with the procedure.
There we go. That's how it works. That's very realistic. Yep, if the patient just starts dying, all you gotta do is inject them anywhere with the magic green juice and they're good.
It's an ulcer. Let's treat it by injecting medicine.
Okay. Alright, inject medicine. Do not inject past the line.
Alright, the first ulcer's been treated. Watch the amount of medicine you use.
It seems there are more affected areas. Let's keep moving in.
Alright, affected areas are displayed on the radar in the upper... That's also not realistic. There's no endoscopy radar. Your field, visual field is in yellow, affected areas are white glyphs. I mean, at least there wasn't, 25 years ago. I have no idea what they've got now. I'm pretty sure they don't have radars, though.
Here's an ulcer. Let's inject it with alginate solution.
Alright, we're done treating the ulcers.
Carelessness is our greatest enemy. Some ulcers cannot be found visually.
Huh? What are we supposed to do then?
We'll be using a spray to cause those ulcers to change color. Please remember all that, alright?
Okay.
I don't think Maria really has to remember any of this.
See, for example, I'm going to mark an area that looks suspicious. Let's try the coloring spray on it.
Oh, there's that ulcer. Okay, inject the medicine.
Nope. That way. There we go.
The spray's worn off. Blast it again. There's an ulcer here, too. I guess it is important to search around for them.
The ulcers have been treated. Let's move on to the next step.
Now, coloring stuff is something you do for visibility, but I'm not aware of any invisible ulcers that you have to spray, just spray around willy-nilly to make ulcers show up. I'm not... So there's a bit of a mix.
We've reached the stomach. Time the cardiac sphincter's movement and move on.
Open. There we go.
The affected areas are concentrated around here. Let's treat them one at a time.
The blood pool's spreading. You should hurry up and drain it. Okay, let's begin the treatment.
The blood pool has been removed. Let's continue the treatment.
I see you, you nasty little ulcer.
Use it.
Oops. We're dying. There we go. That's the good stuff. Inject them with happy juice. Alright. Let's see. Oh, that doesn't look good.
Hemorrhaging is present. Let's use the hemostatic forceps to cauterize the affected area.
The tip isn't reaching it. We'll need to get closer. Hey, we're in injection range. Jam it right in there. All right, perfect. Let's continue with the treatment.
Alright. Where are you?
The patient isn't stabilizing. Let's use the spray to search for more problems.
According to the radar, there's something behind us. Aha!
There's that ulcer. Okay, inject the medicine.
Procedure complete. Well done, everyone.
Whew, using that thing takes a real light touch.
All one needs is the resolve to stay calm.
Staying calm, that's the part that tires me out the most.
Yay! We didn't kill Gabe's kid. We could have done it quicker, but I don't know. I think it was a little bit better than a C, but you know.
We somehow pulled through. Man, I am tired.
I'm sorry to cause so much trouble. If only I'd been able to do it better.
Come on, don't say that. The operation was a success. Just remember that.
Vitals are good.
Blood pressure normal. No abnormalities detected.
Operation complete. I'm sure Joshua will make a full recovery.
I don't know that someone would be
Way
lying
to
on
go.
their side, but you know.
It went perfectly. That's our Tomoe.
Thank you. Your support was valuable too, Maria.
Oh, I didn't do all that much. Oh, I need to contact his mom.
Indeed. Don't forget to tell Dr. Cunningham too.
Why is that Maria's responsibility?
Man, parents always worry about their kids.
Yeah, those weirdos.
Even the people from my orphanage bug me whenever I see them. Always ask me when I'm getting married, stuff like that.
I see.
Did I just say something I shouldn't have?
Oh, no. My mother died when I was young.
Oh, but, your dad's still alive, right?
As to my father, I had a fight with him when I left Japan.
Oh. Jeez. Sorry. I don't know when to shut up.
Oh, no, it's not your fault at all, Maria.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sure your dad's wishing you the best. I mean, you are the best endoscopic surgeon in America.
The best?
Well, I mean, you did get a C on that last surgery. Wouldn't let it go to your head, Maria.
Come on, let's go
Or
get our grub
Tomoe.
on.
Oh, doctor, I want to go too.
Hey, you have reports to write up. It's my turn today.
What, you guys want in? All right, this night's on me, so drink up. Woohoo!
Alright, skip messages for any operations already undergone, right? Alright, Gabe.
Gabe, I'm coming in.
Please excuse us, Doctor.
Walking dirt now. This thing's heavy.
What's going on?
Does this wire go over
No one
here?
told me I'm getting a roommate.
Ta-da! Isn't it amazing?
The red one goes over there.
Let me introduce you to your
I've
new
never done this
partner,
before. How am I
the
supposed to-
Roni system.
Not a thing.
Isha, my office isn't a storage room.
This baby's built to help diagnosticians like you. It sorts and reviews records. It also has a disease database.
Amazing. I'm sure even NASA'd be impressed. So if we're sued, the records are here. Thanks for the trust.
Gabe, just try it out. I'm sure you'll like it.
Right, I'm sure. If you ask me, this thing's just...
Good morning, Dr. Cunningham.
For the love of God! This thing talks?
I'm sure you'll get along just fine. I'll leave you two alone.
Later.
Sorry for the intrusion, Doctor. Hey, Emma, you should apologize.
Isha! Great. What am I supposed to do with this thing?
Condition identified. Deep sighing. A possible sign of cardiac neurosis caused by fatigue. Recommend ingestion of beta blockers or tranquilizers.
Great. Thanks for the tip. Look, I got a favor to ask. You know, since you're so smart.
Yes, Doctor. What is your request?
Just don't talk anymore unless I ask you to, okay? Just sit there like a rock. You got it?
Yes, Doctor. But my composition is 82% petroleum processed materials. With my 10% mineral base, I cannot be a very convincing rock.
Looks like I got company. Hold on one sec. So, how do I use you?
Examine the patient and enter in all observed conditions. Then I will calculate the most probable disease. Currently,
Hey, just one step at a time here, buddy. Not a robot.
Lou says, Maria's working long hours without taking the required rest. Gabe is talking about getting sued. Remind me to never check into this hospital. Oh, and one of the their primary surgeon, they have to get him released from prison to operate on people. So. Oh, and you know, the orthopedic surgeon is moonlighting as a superhero. So you know.
There is a 90% probability that you are human.
You can get back to me on that 10% some other time. Now, let's start the diagnosis.
Alright, we've got Nicole Summers here, age 14, student from a private school, admitted for breathing problems that occurred during choir practice. Well, hi Dasha Genshin. Tell you what, if you help me improve my channel, I'll help improve your grammar. We got a deal? Your mind is the ultimate tool, or whatever it said, something like that.
Hello.
Hi, Nicole!
Hey, no need to be nervous. Just relax.
Oh, okay.
Well then, are you ready, Miss Super Robot?
Yes, Doctor. But I am not a super robot. I am a diagnostics assistance terminal.
Whatever, just stop talking. And let's start the consultation.
You don't mind if I smoke, do you, Nicole? Alright, point to the options on the left and press A to begin each exam. What is this? Move. Now let's leave. Doctor, please ascertain the patient's subjective symptoms through direct consultation. Yeah, I know, I was just thinking about grabbing some coffee. We haven't found any symptoms yet. Alright. Let's ask some questions. Oh, by the way, I am not an endoscopic surgeon. My mom used to work in a GI lab, and when she transferred over there, this was back in the days of VHS tapes, she got a lot of training videos, and I watched all of them with her, so I'm somewhat generally familiar with GI lab practices and stuff, so. But again, that was 25 years ago, so things have probably changed significantly since then.
Now, let's see what you've got to say. Why'd you come to the hospital?
I think it said breathing problems in choir practice.
Oh, yes.
Try to find symptoms by listening to what patients say. As a diagnostician, that's probably pretty good advice. Point at words related to the patient's symptoms and press A. Okay?
I'm in the school choir.
Okay.
There's an important competition coming up soon.
Don't care.
But my throat feels all weird for some reason.
Well, that seems interesting. If you make too many mistakes, then you will fail. An abnormality in the...
I need to find a more specific symptom.
It's kind of hard to inhale, and I can't really catch my breath between notes.
Aha! That's abnormal.
So she's having trouble breathing. It's a light case of dyspnea. Ronan, can you record the patient's symptom?
Yes, Doctor. Congratulations. You received the symptom, dyspnea.
Yay!
What the... Do you need to say it like that? Make it sound like we're playing a video game or something.
That is my default syntax and inflection for new record entries. Will it affect the diagnosis? I have a variety of templates in my database if you would prefer another.
Change it. This isn't a game, you know. What were they thinking when they put you together?
Understood, Doctor. Changing my expression at the end of the sentence and confirming it. New symptom observed. Dyspnea.
Oh, that'll do. It's about as close to normal as you're gonna get.
Alright, Lou says, that's what you do when you have a patient with breathing problems. You give them a healthy dose of secondhand smoke. Yep. Bizarro, all this voice acting when I'm used to the DS. Yeah. Not a gamer gaming. I want to offer promotion of your channel. Viewers, followers, views, chatbots. The price is lower than any competitor. Ah, well, you see, not a gamer gaming Exium. I'm very, very cheap. So.
Actually, I had to take the day off from school yesterday, too.
Oh.
I was getting short of breath just sitting still, and my heart would start pounding.
That sounds bad.
So you've got palpitations and shortness of breath, even while resting? What about now? Are you still experiencing these symptoms?
Well, I mean, it's affecting her ability to tie a tie properly. Not saying I can do any better, but...
Huh? Oh, yes. I've been feeling like this since yesterday.
I see. I'll need to auscultate you later on.
I'm sorry. Thinking about this is a little depressing.
Oh, but there's something good that's happened.
14-year-old high school student. Did you lose your appetite?
I've never been able to stick to a diet before.
Yeah.
But lately I've been able to lose weight no matter what I eat.
She got a tapeworm.
Lost weight? Well, she seems rather happy about it. But losing weight without doing anything isn't normal. We should add that to the list.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Decrease in weight.
Yikes, what am I talking about? Anyway, that's it.
Doctor, am I sick with something?
Tapeworms. Alien tapeworms.
All right, that should do it. There's no need for further consultation.
Certainly, Doctor. Please continue with the auscultation. Signs of palpitations and shortness of breath can be detected by the patient's speech.
Yeah. No, it sounds like you're the one giving me orders.
Doctor, the auscultation exam is now available.
Alright, we're gonna auscultate the hell out of Nicole here after a quick restroom break. Be right back. Alright, let the auscultation begin.
Alright, I'm going to take a listen. Could you lift up your clothing for me?
Oh, okay. This is a little embarrassing.
Yeah, it sucks.
Doctor, please express more consideration when examining patients of the opposite gender. The social and legal intricacies of such interactions call for greater care to avoid unnecessary risks.
Hey now, I'm just using a stethoscope. How else you expect me to examine her?
Oh, I'll be all right.
Oh, look, you just made this whole deal even more awkward for her.
Lou says, I don't know what it's like anywhere else, but in the UK, it's absolutely essential to wear the school uniform tie as sloppily as possible or you're not one of the cool kids. Alright, use a stethoscope to listen for abnormal internal sounds. You can check the heart, the left lung, the right lung, and the abdomen. Tilt the control stick to move, Z to listen. Auscultation results can be heard on the Wii remote, so this might not work great for streaming, but we'll see. You can change the output on the right by pressing A. Okay. Okay. Let's go heart. Hold Z and tilt the thingy up and down to compare with a normal sound sample. Right. Press A when you discover an abnormality. Okay. You can kind of hear that getting the kind of crackly sound out of the remote. So, all right. Yeah, looks about the same. Alright, let's see. Let's see if she's got anything going in the gut. No, that sounds good. Lung. Okay, that's very quick. That's short and quick. Yeah, both lungs. She's got very short and quick breaths going on there. Oh, actually, we could change this to the TV. That might work better. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, her heart rate's very elevated. And her breathing, you know, she's got very short breath. But the gut sounds good, so... yeah. So, alright, let's see. No, how do I... let's see. Do I just... okay, that's... yes, that's an abnormality.
Her heart rate is elevated. Roni, record that symptom.
Yes, Doctor. New symptom observed. Increased heart rate.
Symptomatic of tapeworms!
The patient's breathing pretty rapidly. Roni, make a note of it.
Yes, Doctor. New symptom observed. Increased breathing.
Now, in my experience, most of the time I get my lungs listened to, they do it from the back, but... yeah.
Huh? The more I examine the patient, the more incongruities I'm finding. Let's see. Time to check them out with a visual exam.
Try to find symptoms by observing a patient's outward appearance. Point at the patient and press A to zoom in. Alright. Hello? When you find an abnormality, press A to examine further. Point at a patient's abdomen and press A to examine it. Now, let's take a look at your abdomen. Lift up the shirt. Yeah, everything looks fine. A little young for my taste. 14, yes. Gabe, I would hope so. But I bet she'll be a real looker in the future. Nope. But I'm noticing something here on the neck. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. That's a neck worthy of the word graceful. Now, can I see it better if she's got her shirt up? No. Right here. Nope. There we go.
Appears to be swelling on her neck. All right. I'm sorry, but I need to touch it just a little.
Oh, yes, please do so.
I see. Does this hurt?
It does hurt a little.
Well, I think we should do a CT scan. Roni, make arrangements for image analysis.
Yes, Doctor. I am initiating the approval process.
At least we're not whipping out the gold dust salt for lung problems. And yeah, I wanted, but side comment, Japan finding a way to Lou says, yeah, what happened to the time-honored method of the doctor tapping on your back while you say 99? Not to be confused with 69. Nice.
Please designate a date for this procedure and list any other...
Today!
What? It's for today. Immediately, right now. Capiche? There's There's got to be an open slot for her.
Doctor, are you aware of hospital regulations?
No one ever got better by following regulations. Hurry up and do it.
Oh no. No, that's not how it works.
Yes, Doctor. Request sent. New symptom observed. Swollen neck. Also, the CT exam is now available.
Fingers are pristine. When I was a kid, my hands were always filthy.
Her hands are trembling. That's not a good sign.
Well, you make her very nervous.
Roni, make a note.
Yes, Doctor. New symptom observed. Trembling fingertips.
Well, that's all the obvious symptoms. Let's end the exam for now.
Thank you very much.
Don't thank me just yet. The exam isn't over.
Hey, Anime Momo. Happy New Year.
You may have to come back here depending on the results, okay?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll do just that.
Now, time to leave the exam room. I'll just come back if I need to.
Alright.
Dr. Cunningham, I am obligated to provide you with instructions on hospital protocol. Please return to your office if you wish to perform a diagnosis or record your progress. Also, the preparations for the CT examination you requested earlier have been made. Please proceed to the image analysis lab if you wish to check the results of the exam.
I'm not an intern, Roni. I know how this hospital works.
Alright, room, point, go.
This room is allotted for doctors to confirm and review images of their patients.
The CT's ready, right? Well, let's check it out.
I don't know when this was actually done, but that's alright. Alright, point to the computer. Point to the door to leave.
Roni, bring up the patient's images.
Yes, Doctor. Now opening the image files. Dr. Cunningham, I would like to explain the details of this exam. The CT exam is short for computer tomography.
Lou says, tremor in the hands? Let's make sure that she goes nowhere near the endoscope.
An X-ray is applied to the human body, and tomographic images can be taken of the affected areas.
You know I went to med school, right? And not online classes or something? I'm an actual doctor.
I'm a real doctor.
I am aware of your credentials. This explanation is written into my default settings.
Is that so? Well, it's a good thing they didn't program you with anything useful, huh?
Doctor, these images are of the patient's neck. In other words, there are tomographies of the neck and the area surrounding it. Yeah, time to start looking for a reason behind the swelling in her neck.
Alright, let's check these out one at a time.
Look for patient abnormalities in the exam images. Tilt up and down to compare with a normal sample and select A. Some exam images will have no abnormalities at all. Alright, so here's one. There's the other, a little bit lower. Alright, there's her esophagus. Not sure what that is. Let's see. Okay. Let's see, here's her. That one looks alright. Well, I'm not seeing any differences. Alright. There's a difference somewhere, though. So here's her image. Yeah, I'm not seeing a difference here. These look exactly the same to me. I am genuinely not seeing a difference. Anyone seeing the difference? Oh, I'm glad the Monkey Watch video did that several years ago. Glad it helped you out. Huh. I am seriously seeing literally zero difference. These look exactly the same to me. There we go. That's swollen. Yeah, so this is small here, and it's swollen right here.
A portion of her thyroid gland is swollen. This'll help with the diagnosis. I should go back to my room and sort out all these symptoms.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Swollen thyroid gland.
That took me a while to spot. Yep. Thank you, Momo. I've already found all the clues I need. No, he's coming back here now. Return to your office.
Well then, time to narrow down our candidates from these symptoms.
Point to Roni! Point somewhere else, point at save and press, yeah, okay. Get help from Roni. Point to the door to leave. Right, save.
Show me the likely conditions from the symptoms we found.
Yes, Doctor. Now displaying all potential diagnosis candidates.
Alright, the diseases that the symptoms we've discovered apply to are... Alright, point to a diagnosis candidate and press A for description. Alright. Painless thyroiditis. Condition which the thyroid... Hold A to move a symptom over a diagnosis candidate and release. Thyroid gland has been destroyed. Well, it's not destroyed, it's just swollen. Release of thyroid hormones in the breast cause hyperthyroidism, onset disease, glands swell. Oh, well, that's... which can be confirmed through visual examination of swollen neck. Yep. some cases, a swollen thyroid gland places pressure on the respiratory tract, causing difficulty breathing. The tachycardia, this one. Increased hormonal levels in the blood. We didn't do any blood work. Heart rate. Heavy breathing. Other symptoms that may arise include trembling fingers and weight loss. Well, it looks like the first one.
Symptoms seem applicable to this candidate.
Doctor, it is possible there may be more candidates which match the patient's symptoms. I advise checking the symptoms against other candidates as well.
Well, okay.
Did I say I was finished with my diagnosis? I was about to do that.
Totally. Alright, an analysis exam will reveal abnormalities such as low, so we need blood work. Almost no uptake of radioactive iodine can be confirmed in scintigraphy. Alright. Graves' disease. Alright. Thyroid gland swelling of the thyroid gland. Excessive thyroid hormone production. Parathyroid gland swells. Visual example, swollen neck. Respiratory tract difficulty breathing. Increased heart rate. Breath. Trembling fingers. And weight loss.
This candidate seems quite plausible as well.
That is not entirely unexpected, Doctor. It happens quite frequently. We should continue checking the other candidates and narrow down the list of matches.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Alright, so blood work, MRI. Okay. Plumber's disease. Tumor that exists, thyroid hormones, express swelling of the thyroid gland, swelling of the neck, swollen thyroid, blood pressure, respiratory tract, difficulty breathing, heart rate and breath, boop, and boop, fingers and weight loss.
Yep, this one's a match too. That's 3 possible candidates.
I agree, Doctor. However, these are all thyroid gland diseases.
Yeah, I know. There's a good chance the patient's got a thyroid problem.
Alien tapeworm.
Ronan, let's move on to the definitive diagnosis. Get approval for the necessary exams.
Yes, Doctor. Would you like me to submit immediately for the date and time?
Yep, you catch on fast.
I am sending the request now. An MRI exam, a scintigraphy exam, and an analysis exam are now available.
Alright, so blood work, scintigraphy. Well, guess we should... Alcoholism! Come on, that's impossible. There's no objective evidence to deny this condition. Symptoms are consistent, so it must be a viable diagnosis candidate. Come on. Do not be fooled by the patient's appearance. Remain calm and objective. She could be drinking like a fish. Alright. Consume alcohol, increased heart rate. Headache, sweating, physiological conditions, hallucinations, other nervous system conditions, trembling fingers. Boom. There we go. Yeah, might be an alcoholic. You never know. Alright, iron deficiency. Red blood iron deficiency tends to occur in low iron, a couple additional typical symptoms of anemia is lack of energy, increased heart rate. Blood flow to the face, rapid breathing. Well, she has shallow breathing and difficulty breathing. Females, yep, she is. Difficulty breathing. Trembling hands. Increased heart rate. Bag-like object, bad breathing, spasm. Right. Okay. So probably some thyroid thing. Hey, Lee. If she's Finnish, Irish, or British, it must be alcoholism. There you go. She has a bomb in her stomach, and we have to operate and defute. And awesome New Year to you all.
We need something more concrete for our diagnosis. Let's get started.
Let's draw some blood.
I agree, Doctor. Hopefully the additional exams will be of use. Dr. Cunningham, I have more information for you.
Input.
Please head to the examination room to perform analysis exams.
Okay.
Also, the preparations for the MRI and scintigraphy exams you requested earlier have been made. Please proceed to the image analysis lab to check these results.
Yeah. I do know my way around my own workplace, Roni.
Okay, apparently I've been drinking like a fish, so I need to use the restroom again. So let me know in the chat if you want to go to the exam room or the image analysis lab. Doctor game? Yeah, it's part of the Trauma Center series. This one's Trauma Team, where instead of just doing surgeries, you have a bunch of different disciplines. And we did a endoscopic surgeon earlier, and right now we're doing a diagnostician. But there's also a regular surgeon, an orthopedic surgeon, a first responder EMT person, and a mortician. Exam room? Alright.
Preparations for the scintigraphy and MRI exams have been completed.
Perfect. Let's get right to it then.
Kind of ironic if you was an actual doctor playing this. I'm not. I have some tangential experience with medical work just because of my mom's profession. Like I was talking about, endoscopic surgery. My mom, in the late 90s, I think, moved into the GI lab, and so when she brought home all of the endoscopy training videos, I watched them with her, so I've seen endoscopic surgeries, but, well, I mean, hell, you can watch all that stuff on YouTube now, but familiar with, snare and polyps and stuff, so, yeah.
Allow me to provide information about the exams that are now available.
Zoro says, I have to say I never thought they made the sequel spin-off more of an actual doctor work game. Also, exam room shit. Well, Lou beat you to it.
Whatever. I don't have the energy to even try and stop you anymore.
Scintigraphy is an exam where the accumulation and distribution of radioisotopes are made into images. By confirming the uptake of isotopes, the condition of tumors and organs can be analyzed. Next, the magnetic resonance imaging exam, or MRI. It uses magnetism to take cross-section images of the human body. It is similar to a CT scan, but there is no exposure to radiation. Because MRI exams can yield more detailed images, they are generally used for foci in the head.
You're just a walking encyclopedia of things I already know, huh?
This is an image. This image is a tomography of the patient's head. There's her brain, and her eyeball, her nasal cavity. Alright. Abnormalities. Sinuses seem clear. Not seeing really anything troubling in the throat. Okay. She looks like Squidward's side profile. Alright, this is her thyroid gland. Alright. That's pretty big. Yeah, yeah, that doesn't, now that's pretty obvious.
The uptake of radioactive iodine is concentrated in several areas of the thyroid gland. Roni, make a record of this.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Abnormal thyroid uptake.
It didn't tell me anything about, like... Let me see if it, what about this one? Okay. Is there anything here that I'm missing? Yeah.
Good morning, Doctor.
Hi.
What did the test results say?
You're gonna die. Alien tapeworm. Nothing we can do.
Well, we're still narrowing it down, but it's most likely a thyroid gland disease.
Thyroid gland? I'm going to be able to sing again, right? If I ever lost my voice.
Calm down. I know you're worried, but I'm not finished diagnosing you yet. Just hang in there until the final results are in.
That's true. I'm sorry.
Now learn how to tie a tie. It's probably her jittery fingers.
Roni, how about it? Is the analysis exam done?
Yes, Doctor. Would you like to look at the file?
Of course. Why bother with an exam if we don't look at the results? Bring it up.
Yeah, don't use whatever your decision, Lee. Don't go to this this hospital. What is it? It's Resurgam First Care. Yeah, do not go to Resurgam First Care.
Understood. Opening the file.
Well then, let's go in order and compare the patient's values with the standard values.
Alright, look for abnormal levels measured by each of the tests. Point to levels outside normal range, press A. Okay. Blood pressure, 110, 140, and she's 120, that's fine. Hemoglobin, 11 to 15, she's 12, that's fine. Hematocrit, 38, 42, she's 40, fine. ESR, I actually don't know what ESR is. 3 to 15, she's 8. Red cells, 380 to 500, she's in there, that's good. White cell, looks good. Fibrinogen, which I don't know what it is, that's in range. APTT, don't know what that is, that's in range. Platelet count, 15, she's fine. Alright, blood chemistry, I think this is where we're going to find stuff. Protein, 7-1, that's fine. Albumin, 4-2, creatinine, I'm terrible at pronouncing these things. Fine. Nitrogen, fine. I know what that is, I can't pronounce it. Fine. Alright, here we go. AST 21, fine. ALT, fine. Cholesterol, it's fine. BNP, fine. Alright. 96, fine. 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 Yep. okay. Alright, here's where we're gonna find something. Because we saw these in all the diagnoses. Alright. 8, 0 to 10 is 4, 2. There we go. There's one that's over.
The FT3 level seems a little high.
ESR. Ethercyte sedimentation rate? Sedimentation?
Roni, make a record of this.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. High FT3 level.
Alright, FT4 is a little high.
Well, it isn't by much. The FT4 level's a bit higher than the standard range. Roni, record that for me.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. High FT4 level.
Alright, TSH 0.34 is the bottom, 0.03, yeah.
The TSH value seems rather low. Roni, please record that.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce what these stand for.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Low TSH level.
Test for inflammation? Okay, makes sense. And that looks fine. Alright.
Well, that about does it here. Let's go back to my office and continue the diagnosis.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna die. I mean, someday. Alright, I'm pretty sure it's alcoholism. Where is it? There we go. Alright. Okay, maybe it's not alcoholism. Alright, low TSH. High FT3 and 4. No uptake of radioactive iodine. Oh, well, we saw a lot, so that's probably not right. I mean, it is abnormal, but we saw an uptake. What does it do? Does it yell at me? Yeah. Pop. Okay. Alright. That's good. That's good. Swelling of the muscles around the eyes. Increase in radiant. Yeah. Oh, wait, increase in radioactive iodine uptake. Oh, I'm looking the wrong thing. So we need to look around her eyes. Yes. Abnormal uptake. There we go.
It's official. The patient is suffering from plumber's disease.
Which is an alien tapeworm, so I was right. Underage alcoholism in a Japanese game? Yeah, fairly. Probably less likely.
Roni, contact the orthopedics department. We need to put a chart together and request surgery.
Understood, Doctor. I'll process the rest from here. Well done.
All that's left is to tell the patient. I'm glad she doesn't have something that's too serious. And so, it's just a simple orthopedic procedure.
And I'll be completely cured?
Huh? Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you so
I mean,
much.
you'll start gaining weight if you eat lots of food again, but, you know, you'll be able to sing.
Come on in. You again. What do you want now?
My, how rude! I am the chief, after all. It's my job to watch over everyone in this ward.
Hello, Dr. Hard.
All right, just get to the point. What do you want?
Would it kill you to be civilized? I just got word from Tomoe. Joshua's operation went well.
I see.
You're not going to go see him then?
The operation's over. Why would they need another doctor?
That's not what I mean. What I'm trying to say is...
Yeah. What else is on your mind?
Here.
An invitation? You want me to go to a medical conference?
It's a good one. With an after party. And it's in Japan. It's being catered by an Italian chef. I can
Italian chef and Italian food in Japan. Okay, let's go to Japan and have some Italian food.
Hey, what was that for?
Unfortunately, I don't have time for pointless things. If conferences saved lives, I'd be the first one in line. Oh, by the way, can you take this to Hank?
What? Surgery instructions? Gabe, I'm the chief, not your personal carrier pigeon.
Hey, you said it's your duty to watch over the ward.
Fine then.
Stop smoking in the hospital! Dr. Hard says, glad to see people playing this hidden gem. Yeah, I'm a fan of the Trauma Center games, but yeah, Trauma Team I just thought was a great game. I've always been a big fan of this game. Okay, so we do... Yep, okay. There we go. Alright, let's see what's up with Naomi. Luce says, personally, I always go to Rome for sushi. I actually had sushi the other night. Didn't go to Rome or Japan or Italy. I went to a sushi deli. And, well, I went there to pick up the food and take it home, but, yeah. Alright, Naomi, what you've been up to?
Ah, come in.
Did you call for me, Chief Wayne?
Ah, good morning, Naomi. It seems the FBI needs your expertise. I'd like you to head over to the scene immediately.
Naomi, can't do ties either.
I'm a medical examiner, not a police officer.
Don't be like that. I can't just turn the government down.
Fine. Well then.
Oh, and Naomi, one more thing.
Straighten your tie.
Here's our liaison from the FBI. You should meet him.
You?
Special Investigator Naval. A pleasure to meet you, Doctor.
Yes.
Quit gazing,
nice
Naval.
to meet you too. What are you doing? You an FBI agent? This must be a joke.
Please keep your voice down. It's been a while, hasn't it? I didn't have the luxury of witness
And
protection.
Baguette Purpur's following me on Twitch and
Just
saying hey in the
shut
chat.
up.
Hello.
I'm only here because it's my job. I have nothing to do with you faking your way into the FBI. And don't you ever talk about my past again.
Whatever you say, ma'am.
Good.
Whoa, where are you going?
To the crime scene. Send the address to my GPS.
Oh, I'll have them bring the car around.
You are waiting here. Tell your people on site I'm coming.
But,
Nice tie there, little guy. Be a good boy and stay.
Naomi, you're not one to give people sass about their ties.
Oh, well.
Naomi's begging for a visit by the video game fashion police, huh? Okay. Well. Okay, whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, Hank. The big guy. That's a bad angle. They didn't draw bit off model there.
What in the world are you doing?
Good morning. I tripped and I fell.
How'd that happen? Here, take a look at this chart.
She needs surgery. Have you met with her yet?
Huh? Yeah, I was the one that diagnosed her. She's stable.
I see.
Don't
Do you?
celebrate yet.
Because your eyes are
Make
closed.
sure you do a good job. Got it?
Yeah, of course.
See, this is one of the neat things about this
She has
game.
a case of plumber's
Well,
disease.
let's
This should be easy.
see. It's Nicole, who we were just diagnosing, and now he says she needs orthopedic surgery, so we go to the orthopedic surgeon and do that. So it's pretty neat. And if she dies, then Naomi will take over. She has a case of plumber's disease. Should be easy, right?
Make your incision in the neck and excise only the adenoma. The number of adenoma is unknown, so get all of them, okay?
Understood. Beginning the operation.
Alright, extraction of tubercular adenoma in the neck, excise all adenoma in the thyroid, and suture with caution. Let us begin. Work your marvel with strength or something? Whatever. He's Brock from Pokemon, essentially, yeah.
Alright, let's begin this procedure.
Missed too many times. You fail.
We gotta start with an incision into the neck. Grab the scalpel first.
Guidelines are really just suggestions. So.
Use the scalpel and trace the incision guideline.
Alright, I think we'll make our cut right about here. Seems fine, but
Incision complete.
we anesthetized her, right? She's like, ow! If she dies, Naomi will take over. No, well, she's the medical examiner. She's the coroner. So all the dead people go through her.
Stop patting yourself on the back. From here on, it's the real deal.
Also, it's kind of like Law and Order / CSI rules, where the coroner is also, for some reason, the criminal investigator. But whatever, it's a video game.
Is this it?
That's right. No need to rush. Take all the time you need.
Alright, get my hammer and chisel.
You can stop whenever you want. Just stay close to the guideline during the excision.
Now, I don't believe I've ever seen thyroid surgery, so no idea, but I'm guessing that's probably not visually accurate. Alright.
Good. Cautiously continue on.
All right. You've removed the first one.
And Dr. Earhart says, can confirm, we actually do see rubies on people's thyroids every day. Putting the pathos in pathology. Alright. Though I really do love the way that this game abstracts people's innards to make it visually entertaining, but not stomach-churningly gross. Because our innards are kind of pink and gooey, just kind of gross, so... It honestly doesn't get any better regardless of which end you go in, it's all the same.
Looks like it's this way. Begin the excision. That was pretty good.
Pretty good.
Proceed. Be careful. Alright. The second one has been completely excised.
Nice. At this pace, we'll be able to get home in time for dinner. Let's move on to a big one then.
Indeed, this is a large one.
Well, Dr. Earhart is talking about time limits, and generally there are some time limits. They're just kind of timed by the patient's vitals, you know.
The procedure isn't any different though. Just be careful and stay attentive.
So you can't just put the controller down and walk away because the person will die.
It
but
sounds so easy. Beginning the treatment.
Not right here, but. Superhero of orthopedic surgery. Not literally, mind you.
Excision complete. Is that all of them?
It's a figurative superhero.
Nope, not yet. Can't leave any of these behind after all.
What happens in real life if a doctor makes a mistake? Do they get sued? They can. They can also, lose their medical license. You've heard of malpractice suits, right? Yeah. Hell, the whole entire hospital can get sued. Pardon. Don't inhale liquid. Man, who decided food and water should go in the same way that air does? Not a great design.
According to my speculation, this should be the last one. Stay focused until you're done with it.
Alright. Quiet time. This requires focus. We're futzing around someone's neck with a scalpel, so we have to be very, very careful.
Cautiously continue on.
That was pretty good.
All right, let's proceed. Be careful. How about it? Are there any more?
Nope, that was the last one after all. Let's close the operation field and finish up.
Brian points out, malpractice is very hard to prove, though. Simple mistake generally doesn't rise to the level of malpractice. I mean, it's incredibly contextually dependent, but, you know, generally, yeah.
We're using the stapler to close up. Make sure to avoid leaving wounds, okay?
Yes, staple that sucker closed, but don't leave a wound.
Just follow the line and staple the incision closed. I'm sure you know this already.
Alright, we'll just get it right there, and boop.
One more to go. I'll continue.
All right, one more.
Operation
Yep.
complete. That went well.
Seems like we'd be doing a bit more than just a few staples, but... Alright, that... Perfect! Is staples better than stitches? Well, it depends on what you're holding together and where. It's possible that the throat would be different from another area on the body, but you know, so I don't know if a throat incision like that would be held together only with staples. I don't know. There might not be enough sub layers here to actually sew parts of it together and then staple the. I really don't know. Boom! S rank. Elmer's glue, yeah.
Well, that's done. Looks like it went a little quicker than we expected.
I have your support to thank for that. I'm grateful for your help.
What are you talking about? Never mind. Good job today.
Stop looking at me, Hank. Just because you can see over the divider doesn't mean you... Or at least his eyes are closed.
Huh? What's with that look?
Well, don't your cigarettes get damp in here?
What happened if you went diving without an oxygen mask?
I drowned?
You see? Consider this my version of an oxygen mask.
So that's how those things work.
Who needs staples or stitches? Elmer's glue and duct tape.
News in progress. Theodore Gacy's visit to the country is fast approaching. Gacy's usually known by his nickname, Steady Hand Teddy. He is the alleged leader of an overseas drug smuggling cartel. Groups are now at the airport rallying against his arrival.
Oh, hey. You, free later? You wanna hit a bar or some? Hey, what the... Where'd that guy go?
This as well as the joke goes for the other end of the body. Who decided to put a sewage treatment plant right next to a recreational area? Fair.
Is this country run by idiots or what? Land of the free.
I don't know, I guess some people also like playing in sewage and don't want to stray too far.
Let's see if we can't make some sand, shall we? Who the hell are you supposed to be?
I won't allow crime to occur on this soil. Prepare yourself.
Oh, crime. Dumb. Is this what you had in mind?
Guns aren't for threatening people.
What?
Guns are only for murdering people.
Shoot him.
you some sort of monster?
If you wanted to kill me, you'd have shot already.
Don't move or we'll
Farewell.
shoot. That goes for everybody.
Hey, you! Tiny! You think you've won, huh? You're some goddamn hero that saved the city? Bullshit! You're no better than me, you hypocrite!
Don't move! Theodore Gacy, you're under arrest!
Checks and balances, says Bizarro, for using homeopathy or a doctor pushing their opinions on patients are good. My friend had depression, and doctor chose to focus on marijuana use and threaten his driver's license. There you go. Lee says, you play in a sewer, you'll stink. Well, sure, but that's what showers are for. What kind of game is this? A very good one. Okay. Alright, Tomoe. Yeah, this, as Dr. Erhard's saying, the other games had aliens and magic in them. This one's a lot more tame.
Good morning, Dr. Cunningham. Did you need me?
Hi, King Vizuki. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well. I've been a long-time fan of this
Trying to
game.
kill me? I don't remember this here.
And it's a tragedy that they never made any sequels to this, because they really hit on something special with this formula, and they never did anything more with it.
Alright, I see your point. Anyway, turn on the news.
The news?
We bring you back to our continuing breaking news. Drug kingpin Theodore Gacy was arrested today by a masked man. In transport, Gacy ingested a large quantity of drugs. He is apparently unconscious and in critical condition.
Theodore Gacy. That bastard who made a living smuggling. He'll be here in about 10 minutes.
He needs an operation then.
Yep,
Yeah.
condom full of
Oh, I don't
drugs
care
that he
much.
inserted in his
Moron
bum
ate his whole stash.
opened.
We need to get the drugs out before the bags open inside him.
Hanzo!
So, pathology's making an antitoxin for the drugs, but
She's a ninja.
I wasn't done, you know.
Anime House MD? Yeah, kind of.
There's not enough saline. Check for Becky Ronin.
here, please.
See to the
Let's get these
vaporizer.
monitors
Where's
hooked up. We're
Tomoe?
not getting any readings yet.
I'm sorry I'm late. Hanzo, get ready.
Understood.
Whoa! When did you get here?
He doesn't even work here, Tomoe.
Chief, the conference, please.
I know that. I was just waiting for you. Let's go. Listen up. The patient's gone into shock.
Because he's ingested several packages of narcotics, which are beginning to melt. Side effects are expected.
There's no doubt the drugs in his stomach are seeping out. We have no idea what condition he'll be in, so be careful.
Understood. Beginning the operation.
You must seek what lies within. Lots of drugs. Alright, which end are we going in? I would gonna
Let's
go
begin
through
the
the
operation. Chief, please support me throughout this procedure.
He's crucial for moral support and butlering. Are you a ninja doctor with an over-the-top endoscope?
Got it. The patient swallowed a lot of toxins. If he starts going into shock, it'll be fatal.
Once we've found the substances, we will use the forceps to retrieve them. Is that correct?
Alright, I think if I remember right, we grab little baggies of drugs. I can see a hemorrhaging way down there, so he must have swallowed a big old box of drugs. It just gashed up his throat on the way down.
Yes, I believe in you. Do it.
Alright, press 1 to change oscillation speed in vertical settings. Okay, y-axis, right. In we go.
There are affected areas nearby. Let's treat them before moving on.
Yep, there we go. Nope, got the wrong thing here. There.
We're done treating around here. Let's move on to the next area.
Let's give him some happy juice. He doesn't... Oh, no, not the syringe. That. Doesn't deserve any happy juice. No, that's alright. What is that? Is that a baggie of drugs?
Retrieval target found.
Use the forceps to pull it out. I'll attach them to the endoscope.
Well, if they're not already attached, we're gonna have to pull this whole thing out.
The foreign object is being held by the forceps. Now to retract the forceps and pull it out.
We've retrieved the drugs, but something's not right. This isn't as much as had been reported.
Our patient seems to be a bear. A cocaine bear. I want to see that movie too. Life lesson learned, only ingest your drugs in high quality bags. Don't skimp in the wrong place. Right.
It's too soon for them to have been absorbed by now. That means...
Right. Unfortunately, they must have gotten separated since they were swallowed.
If the drugs he ingested get absorbed into his body, he'll go into shock.
Yeah, this is a Wii game.
We have to search for them immediately and retrieve the ones that remain.
You know, we could probably pop the bags. They're probably full of happy juice. So, yeah, using motion control, we have to feed our endoscope down this person's esophagus and into their stomach.
Look at the drugs be.
Open. There we go.
Whatever he swallowed has caused hemorrhaging. Let's treat that while we search. This isn't good. The inner walls seem to be damaged. This will impede our ability to retrieve the foreign objects, so let's be sure to treat them as well.
Forceps.
Hemostasis complete. Let's move on.
Aha! Found some drugs. Alright, those drugs are now mine.
Is there an affected area under the foreign object?
It's been affected by the toxic substance. Tomoe, treat it. It's still not enough. Keep looking.
The blood pools have been drained. I'll begin treating the affected areas.
There we go.
The hemorrhaging
That was a little bit
stopped.
too close.
Let's move on to the next affected area.
Alright. Ah, there's some drugs. Oh, someone needs some happy juice. That's right. That's better. That's the wrong thing. Alright. What else we got?
An inflammation's occurred. Injecting medicine. There's another affected area hidden nearby. Let's seek it out.
Oh, That looks infected. Affected, rather.
There should be another ulcer. Let's use the spray and look.
We're not done yet. The vitals aren't stabilizing. Let's search.
Good. Be careful how much medicine you inject into the ulcer.
Yeah. Can never have enough happy juice, though.
Strange. We've searched the entire stomach, but the remaining drugs are nowhere to be found.
Move forward to the colon!
If that's the case, they may have progressed into the small intestine. There isn't a moment to spare.
All right. Let's proceed into the small intestine while treating the damage caused by these drugs. No! If you run into the inner wall, the patient will take damage.
We're through the pylorus and are moving into the small intestine. Peristaltic movement will occur, so we need to be careful not to touch the walls as we proceed.
There we go.
This polyp may
polyp.
get in our way. I'm going to remove it.
We got a snare.
Let's get the loop around the polyp and excise it. Be quick about it.
Alright. Use the thing to adjust the snare. Release the... Okay.
Adjust the snare's position until the ring is secured above the affected area.
The polyp's been excised. Now use the forceps to retrieve the tissue we cut off.
Just like grabbing drugs.
There's a polyp. Let's get the snare around it and excise it.
Yes, happy juice.
We can finally move on. Let's proceed. Be careful.
Whoop, into the
intestinal
wall.
wall is peristaltic. This is severe. We should treat them all right now. It's hemorrhaging. Let's perform hemostasis after draining the blood pool.
I need to position the ring so that it can go around the affected area.
Am I not close enough? I've got the wrong thing. There we go.
An inflammation's occurred. Injecting medicine.
Oh, hello.
It seems there are no more affected areas around here. Let's move on.
The inner walls of the digestive tract are starting to be affected by the drugs.
Oh no.
Treat the affected areas too.
There's another drug baggie.
There's the foreign object. I'll begin retrieval.
Good. This is the last one. Be careful with it.
Uh-oh.
There's a tumor under this foreign object?
We have to do this. Stay sharp and treat it.
Alright. Inject the proper dose of medicine. Oh, okay. Thought I saw something over here. Oh, it's just that.
The tumor is protruding. Now to begin excision with the scalpel.
Now, move along the guide.
Make incisions along the guideline to excise the tumor. The injection's effects have worn off. Inject the medicine again. The injection's effects have worn off. Inject the medicine again.
The first step of the excision has been completed. Continuing the treatment. The second step of excision has been successful. Just hope the third section of excision is complete. All that's left is to excise it with a snare.
There we go.
The tumor has been detached. Now to remove the focus. The excised area is hemorrhaging. We must perform hemostasis.
But first, happy juice. Well, okay, we can do that first if you want.
The focus was successfully removed. The tumor treatment is complete.
You're cauterizing it too much. Be careful.
You can never cauterize something too much.
That's the last one. The affected areas have been treated.
This is all we can do. All that's left is to wait for the antitoxin.
Don't hit the wall, no bads. Well, yeah. Let's see. Great game for Switch, since Switch can mimic Wii. Great game for Wii U, since Wii U can mimic Wii. Switch does not have the semi-anchored pointer positioning. Yeah, I mean, it could mimic it well enough. Hey, Alexander. Let's see. Yeah, Tomoe just kind of sucks.
Man, that scared the life out of me. I'm glad it ended safely.
Chief, I'm sorry to worry you like that.
Oh, it's all right. I'm just glad the patient is safe.
Yeah, at least it didn't kill him. The less work Naomi has to do, the better. Oh.
Extraction complete. All right. Do we have the antitoxin yet?
No, but we've got several handfuls of drugs.
Chief!
Oh, what'd you do that for? The door, it's...
I'm sorry. Here's the antitoxin.
Is it ready? Oh, you go.
Hey, Ronan. Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Tomoe, administer this to the patient.
Right away. Administering the antitoxin.
I'm pretty sure it's a suppository.
Work, damn it. Breathe. Come on.
All right. It worked.
We did it!
Yes, we did it.
We
We'll
saved
make it.
him! Ew, he's breathing!
And that is that. I'm so glad.
No malpractice suit for us today. Whee!
Way to go, Dr. Tachibana!
So, I was so worried.
Now let's all go drinking. You know Maria's up for it. Okay, nothing for Gabe here. Ah, but we do have Naomi's first quest here. But it is once again time for a restroom break. I'm just going through water and it's going straight through me. But I am well hydrated. Be right back. One of my favorite sequences in the Trauma Center games, I forget which one it is, but there's a sequence where you're on an airplane and you have to do surgery on an airplane that's going through some horrific turbulence. It's pretty funny. He breaks the door, we have to pay for it since it's our tax dollars and stuff, yeah.
We've received word about you. Miss Kimishima, is it?
Good. This will make things easier. Where's the victim?
He's over here. This way, please.
Victim is Dennis Taylor, 30-year-old male. Neighbor called in the fire. The fireman found him. The knife in his hand matched the cut wounds. Probably suicide.
Huh. What's this?
Oh, that's where the fire started, likely before the suicide.
So, he killed himself before he could burn to death? What? Naomi. Hello. Nope. Voicemail of the dead.
Are you feeling all right?
This was murder.
Okay.
Send the corpse to CIFM immediately. I'll examine it.
But I'll also
I want all
investigate
finger
the
and
crime
footprints
scene.
found in that room. If you find anything, contact me directly. I'll be at the lab.
Is there a sparky, misanthropic genius doctor with a drug addiction? If not, I'll pass.
Well, she does work at the forensic medicine laboratory. Supposedly, she solved a lot of cases for the FBI.
The FBI?
The
That's
FBI?
right. That means we need to keep out of this. Come on, hurry down to the car for the fingerprint powder.
Oh, right away.
Well, we haven't gotten to him yet, but we do have an
This is Dr. Naomi Kimishima, ID 422194.
We do have an amnesiac surgeon who's in prison for a crime he doesn't remember committing, and he's been sentenced to like a couple 100 years. but he's able to commute parts of his sentence by being let out to perform surgeries. And every successful surgeries is some time off his sentence. So, there's that. Please speak after the... Ah!
Hey, little guy. Tell me what we know so far about this.
Oh, right. The victim's 30-year-old Dennis Taylor. At 3:30 p.m., someone in the same building reported a fire. The firefighters found the body in bed 20 minutes later. He had a knife in one hand and a deep wound on his wrist. The door was closed and chained. It's being ruled suicide.
Nonsense. Is that your personal opinion or your FBI training?
Well, isn't that the most reasonable fitting explanation?
I thought people learned when they grew older.
2010. It was a more innocent time.
Doctor, what do you mean by that?
Let's begin. Show me how this life's flame was snuffed out.
Speaking of Animal Crossing, my sister started a new island. The truth can never truly die. So Kumquatia is now relegated to Dream. And maybe next year she'll get to show off her new island, Not at all. Now, let's first take a look at the corpse. You've had the body taken to the evidence room. You're free to examine it whenever you want. And by evidence room, I mean my bedroom. Alright, I'll head over there right now. Dr. Kimishima! One more thing before you go. What now? The information that we know up to this point has been sent to your computer. If you don't mind, would you please check that out? Alright, I'll take a look at my computer then. Alright, point towards the monitor, press A. Right. What is this? Voice recorder. I don't have any use for it at the moment. Should have some purpose later on, though. I should remember where I found this. Yeah. I can't believe they're finally retiring Ash Ketchum. He's been on the show for 25 years, even though he's still 10. Yeah. Information gathered displayed on the computer as hint cards. Grab a card and release the card in the top right. Practice by analyzing the knife hint card. Okay. Is this the knife that was in the corpse's hand? I'll look into it. I'll look into it over here. Can you give me some time? Yeah. So that's being analyzed. Here's my tape recorder. And his last words. So we have a magic tape recorder that can tell us what the victim's last words were. Okay. I can't tell you about that. Alright. Bodies found in the bedroom. Need to know what happened day of the incident. Right. Okay. Alright, so he's analyzing the knife, which is found in his hand, and he's running a blood analysis. Alright. Now let's go to the other room. Alright, we're in the office. We want to go to the evidence room. Alright, point at the corpse and press A. Point at items on the autopsy table, press A. Okay. So, what do we want to look at? The effects of the corpse. Ronan says, I still say he's in a coma from Pikachu's initial shock. The whole thing has just been in his head, yeah. I haven't watched Pokemon in years, but to people that has, most likely weird to have a different start. One thing that cannot be denied, the original theme song is awesome. Alright, let's go with the effects. Alright, change the angle, zoom in and out. Select anything suspicious like bloodstains, okay. Alright. Let's get a look at the personal effects. Okay, well, we've got a bloody sleeve. Looks like we've got all the buttons. Normal wear and tear on the cuffs. Don't see any, like, holes or anything. So, alright, let's go over here. The deceased was wearing a white dress shirt. There are blood stains on the left sleeve. Okay. Alright, the same thing. Alright. Examine the corpse. We've got toesies. We've got an issue with the wrist up there. Not surprising. Looks like we've got a broken finger. Don't know what that is. Looks like we've got some redness around the eyes. Okay.
This wound on the wrist is believed to be the cause of death. Even though this looks like a self-inflicted wound made with a sharp knife, there's something unnatural about it.
Let's consider a slash wound on the left wrist. If the victim did commit suicide in this way, the wound is odd in that no signs of pain reaction, no bleeding, no signs of healing, slash wrist isn't fatal. Let's actually come back to that a bit. Let's look around a bit more. Look at this finger here.
There's something odd about the index finger on the right hand.
Corpse's index finger was bent in an odd direction. This was caused by compulsions, fracture, rigor mortis, burning. Well, that's probably a fracture of some sort.
Indeed. We can't say what's wrong with it for sure until it's sent in for analysis, though. Is this a bruise? It's oddly shaped, though.
Flower-shaped bruise. There's something odd about the eyeballs here. Pupils dilated, tears of blood, red spots in the eyeballs. He was staring right at me!
Yes, there appear to be spots of hemorrhaging in the eyeballs. This isn't a common condition. Perhaps I should ask Little Guy about it.
Well, let's do that. Huh? What's the matter? The corpse. I have the feeling there's still something out of place concerning it. I need to go back to the evidence room and study it again. Oh, well, okay, fine. So, when we took his clothes off, did we rebutton his cuffs for some reason? A button on the shirt. Yeah.
This wound on the wrist is believed to be the cause of death. Even though this looks like a self-inflicted wound made with a sharp knife, there's something unnatural about it.
Well, there is bleeding. Would there be signs of healing? Well, I mean, it's not immediately fatal, but... How about no signs of a pain reaction?
That's right. There's only the one wound on the wrist. A single slash, deep enough to reach the artery. No matter who it is, pain is an immediate response to a cut. No one should be able to make a single cut this clean and deep without flinching. I can't say this is proof of homicide, but I can't ignore this incongruity.
Now that should wrap up what I can learn from here. Let's go review the gathered information. And now we can go check our cards. Few things bothering me about this corpse. There's an eye abnormality, a wounded wrist, and an abnormal finger. Let's get back to my office and analyze this stuff. I can use my computer to sort through the information I've gathered. I should try doing that now with what I've learned so far. The investigator is trying to contact you through the computer! Point at the panel in the upper right. Press A. Now let's try sorting through the information that's been gathered so far. Yeah, what?
Dr. Kimishima, the results of the examination of the knife have come in. Let's see, the knife itself is a cheap common brand sold all over the country. It'll be difficult to locate where the knife came from. The blood left on the blade matches the deceased's. Only his fingerprints were found on the handle as well.
I see. At least one thing is clear now. That is...
The knife wasn't used. It's definitely suicide. The knife cut Dennis. It's Dennis's favorite knife. Knife has become deadly knife.
Yes, this knife is believed to have been used to slit the victim's wrist. Even then, we can't prove that unless we compare it to the wound.
Grab a card with A and B and place it on another card. If it is a correct combination, the two cards will fuse together. Alright, so we've got deadly knife and we've got wounded wrist. So let's compare the two.
The shape of the knife blade corresponds with the wound found on the wrist. This means that...
Knife was used on his wrist. Slashing knife.
Indeed. This appears to be an open and shut case. Then again, this all seems a little too convenient for me.
Yeah, you're right, that is a me. Alright. Index finger corpse's right hand bent in a natural direction. Send it in for analysis. Alright. Here, look. Whoop. Here, little guy, look at this.
There's no mistake. This finger is fractured.
You think?
Can you send me the details? We'll get an x-ray performed as soon as possible. Oh, and I have one more piece of good news, Dr. Kimishima. I've received a recording from HQ of a witness's account.
Great, that will be useful. Who's the witness?
It's the deceased's neighbor. We've asked her some questions about the day of the incident.
Perfect timing. Maybe we'll be able to use her account to determine when the fire started.
recorder in your room.
Look at this, too.
Hemorrhaging in the eyes, you say?
I do.
It's a condition called petechia, caused by increased blood pressure and spasms in the blood vessels. It's commonly found as a sign of death by asphyxiation.
Well, I mean, the place was on fire.
Wait a second, that doesn't seem right. If I recall correctly, the victim... The cause of death was thought to be hemorrhaging from a slashed wrist.
Lee's saying, we were in a hospital, now a crime scene? Weird mixed game. Yeah. What are we, a doctor or detective? Well, Naomi here is a medical examiner. Although she does have a very mixed role in the fact that she's examining a corpse, but she also does crime scene investigation too, so... whatever. I hope... maybe she gets 2 paychecks.
If the cause of death is asphyxiation, it's possible that we are dealing with a homicide.
All right. What do you think of this, buddy? Oh, okay. Kristen Langley. Dennis's neighbor, she was asked about what she'd observed on the day of the incident. Let's listen to her testimony. A to hear the statement. Point at words related to the topic in the upper left and press A.
Yes, that's right. Oh, it's been so hot lately. I've been keeping the window that faces out into the street open because of the heat. That's how I could hear my neighbor so clearly. It was, let me think, around 3 in the afternoon? Yes, it must have been. I was watching Farewell Danny at the time. I heard this loud noise from my neighbor's room, and then the fire alarm started going off a little after that. I was really surprised. Oh, I think it was about 10 minutes. I looked out the window and saw smoke coming from next door. I ran over to my neighbor's door, but nobody answered when I pounded on it. But I had to see if there was anyone in there, so I pulled on the door. It was chained from the inside, and no one answered me when I yelled. Yes, the fire truck came soon after that. A firefighter cut the chain on the door and went inside. My neighbor? No, it seems he lived alone. Oh, but I remember an electrician came at around noon. Yes, I heard him talking outside the front door, so I don't think I could be mistaken. Yes, that's... I've been keeping the window that faces up. That's how I... It was... Yes, it must have been. My neighbor... Oh, but I remember... Yes. Yes, that's right. I've been keeping the window that... That's how I could hear. It was... Yes, it must... I heard this loud... And then...
A loud noise followed by the fire. That may be a clue. The way she described it, the sound doesn't seem to have been something exploding. Could the noise have been made by someone in the room? Or something else?
So there was a noise coming from the room around 3, and then the fire started. The fire really started after the noise began, and we should be able to narrow down the victim's time of death to some extent. Alright, let's use the computer. Did your boo-boo make the noise? No. Oh.
The room was sealed, and the neighbor heard the sounds at around 3 p.m. The fire occurred not long after that. What we can deduce from that is...
Well, he was alive until 3.
That's right. At least, that's all we can determine using our current information. The deceased was alone at the time, so there's a good chance he made the noise. Still, we need more information to see if there was anyone else in the room when it happened.
The room where it happened? Something else was just added to the recorder, right? There we go.
Yes, that's right.
Whoops, I have the wrong one.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. Yeah, I've been keeping... That's how I could... It was... Let me think.
Wait, this is the same exact one. Or are we looking for...
I looked up. I ran over to it, but I had to. It was cheap. Yes, a fire. My neighbor? Oh, but...
So an electrician had come to the deceased's room.
Okay, so they're giving you a hint of what information you're trying to pull out of the interview.
That was much earlier than when the fire supposedly started, but we should investigate it.
Alright, little guy, what do you want?
Ah, little guy. Perfect timing. It seems an electrician entered the deceased's room around noon on the day of the incident. If he's talked to your people, can you ask them for the recordings of the interview?
All right, I'll contact them immediately.
Please do. How's the analysis going?
Will we have another Eurovision video? Asks Marios K. Hello. I mean, maybe. Depends on if someone requests it for like a Patreon reward video, or if I get the urge to do it. I don't know. I'll probably do. Probably not in the near future, but you know, it's something I enjoy, so I'll probably do something else with it at some point. But
Well, regarding the fracture on the corpse's finger, the right index finger was fractured by an external force.
as opposed to an internal force.
It's rather odd. There are no signs of healing in the fractured area.
Well, then it's probably a very recent fracture or done after he
No
died.
traces of healing. That would mean...
Bone broke after he died, years ago, fairly recently. He was born with a broken finger.
That's right. Reactions to injury, like minute healing and hypodermic hemorrhaging, are vital reactions. They only occur while the body is still alive. Thus, if there were no vital reactions to this broken bone, the fracture happened... It must have occurred after the person was already dead.
Also, probably really difficult to hold a knife to slash your wrist with a broken-ass index finger.
Would have to be the case. Oh, and to be clear, there's no way that the body was damaged during transport. We take the utmost precautions when moving bodies.
Into the truck.
Huh. I hadn't considered that until you brought it up. Still, I'll take your word for it. If his index finger was broken, using the hand would have caused a great deal of pain. With that in mind, he shouldn't have been able to use his right hand all that well. There was a wound in the left wrist and a fractured finger on the right hand. This seems odd because...
Knife was in an injured hand.
Yes, the deceased would have had to hold the knife in his injured hand to cut his left wrist. Then he would have had to cut deep enough to sever the artery, putting pressure on his broken finger. Even if he was right-handed, this situation just doesn't add up.
This gameplay mechanic here really reminds me a lot of the Ace Attorney Investigations game, the Miles Edgeworth games, which are really, really good. I really enjoyed both. I had to play a fan translation of the second one because they never released it here, but they're both really, really good. Okay.
Hello, Dr. Kimishima.
Investigations 2 was great. Yeah, it's a damn shame that it was never released here. I was kind of hoping that since they released the Great Ace Attorney, that they do the investigation, the same thing with the investigations games, but so far none.
Got the small talk. What do you want?
So cold. HQ's
Cheesy
questioned the
cold
electrician that the
designs.
neighbor mentioned. I've sent you the recordings. It seems HQ already knew who he was, so there wasn't a problem.
Now we'll find out why that electrician went to the deceased's room.
Electrician visited Dennis's room the day of the incident. He was asked about what happened that day. Alright. So we want to listen for why he was in the room. Or why he went in the room.
Yes? Oh, yes, that's right. A murder? Yes, that's fine.
Murder.
Says
Totally
it was
fine.
broken, needed to be fixed. That was around noon, I think? I got the call earlier that day. Yes. He said he needed it fixed that day, so I went straight there when I finished the job I was doing. Yeah, it was really quick. All I had to do was swap out a cable. Right. I think I was only there for about an hour. Yes, I fixed his heater. The customer? Well, the way he looked, I wouldn't be surprised if he committed suicide. Around 3 p.m.? No, I wouldn't have a clue. I was already fixing a washing machine at my next appointment's house at that time.
Alright.
He said his air was broken?
He fixed the air. We should focus on that.
Bizarro says, Great Ace Attorney was such a surprise too. Positive though, I was holding on to my real 3DS modded just for the Great Ace Attorney titles. Oh no. Sorry to hear that.
There's nothing odd about having a repairman come to work on the ventilation system. But, at the very least, Dennis was still alive when the electrician came.
It's odd that he said, oh, this guy looks like he's about to off himself.
We need to learn about the deceased's condition at that time.
Alright.
Yeah, it was really right. Yes. Well, the way he looked.
It wouldn't be surprising if the deceased committed suicide. Sounds like an important detail.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean the deceased had a motive for killing himself?
Anything else there?
Indeed. Both of these facts relate to the deceased. The last time the deceased was seen alive was...
Between noon and 1.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
At that time, he seemed...
Seemed depressed.
Yes. This comes from the electrician's testimony.
If he can be trusted.
The last time we believe the deceased could have been alive is...
Around 3.
Indeed. The neighbor reports hearing a sound from the room at that time. Within an hour after that, a fire started in his room. The deceased was later discovered dead. That's all we know at this point.
Do we have anything else we're looking for? No. I'm just gonna start putting things together until something works. Because, like, I have the right idea, just I'm not like, what do you want from me? Nope.
Yes, these pieces of information do go together.
Do they?
On the day of the incident, the electrician had been asked to repair the deceased's air. The electrician went to the deceased's room at noon and left after finishing his work.
Okay, well, okay, now I get what you're going for.
Both the deceased's neighbor and the electrician himself agree on this.
Besides analyzing information for you, you can also speak to the investigator using the computer. Point to the panel and
Hey, little guy. I want to go through the information that we've gathered so far.
All right, Let's piece it all together step by step.
Ooh, baby.
Let's do that.
The deceased, Dennis Taylor, was found dead in his apartment. Let's see. His body was discovered because...
Fire!
Yes, but by the time firefighters arrived on the scene, the fire had already gone out. His corpse was found on the bed.
That's right. The FBI and police initially ruled this case as a suicide.
Because they're dummy heads.
The reason for that was...
They're dummy heads. The slash on his wrist. Yeah, knife and slash wrist. The corpse is wearing a shirt. Murder victims are always naked.
That's correct. The other reason was...
The door was locked too, right?
Indeed, the slashed wrist and the chained door point towards suicide. It would seem he was so desperate for death that he would both slit his wrist and set his room on fire.
That's really depressed. It's like this. I ain't bleeding to death fast enough. I need to light the room on fire too. Oh, that is morbid.
That isn't a surprising conclusion.
The knife blade does match the shape of the wound in the wrist. The blood on the blade matches his DNA. Lastly, the deceased's fingerprints were found on the handle of the knife.
Those are all true, but there was something odd about that wound on his wrist.
It was too straight and clean.
First,
no pain reaction.
another point is...
His finger's broken.
His finger was fractured. Would he have been able to use a knife with a wounded hand?
Not easily.
It's very unlikely, but that's not the only thing that raises doubt. If he did die of the knife wound, he would have bled to death. However, investigating the corpse points to a different cause of death. That is...
He asphyxiated.
That's right, the petechia on the eyes, and the strange bruise on his abdomen. There's more than enough evidence to doubt that this was a suicide.
But according to the electrician's statement, the victim seemed like he might be in a state to commit suicide.
Indeed, there are too many uncertainties to be able to draw a conclusion at this point.
You know what would be fun? I always find it amusing, video games and TV shows where a person has a job that covers multiple discipline, like she's a medical examiner and apparently a crime scene investigator. They should do a game where the one person does like every single job. They're the crime scene investigator and the medical examiner and the arresting officer and the defense lawyer, and it's like you arrest them then defend them. And then the warden at the jail. I don't know.
I'm going to have to investigate the scene for myself. Little guy, get me approval to enter the area.
Oh, understood. You shouldn't have a problem, Dr. Kimishima.
That's totally what this occupation entails.
Right away.
Yes, but I don't intend to waste any time. I'm going there right now. You deal with the rest on your end.
Alright, let's go investigate the crime scene. It's something we'd definitely be doing. Alright, let's begin investigating. You'll be able to visit the location whenever we want. Oh, I got a poster above the bed. Alright, scroll the screen, zoom in, zoom out. Click A to find stuff, alright. Okay. I'm suspicious about this poster on the ceiling. It's a pinup poster. I suppose this is the kind of woman he liked. Oh, okay, here's a face, hair, bra, stomach, legs, okay. What about this? So you got ants? I don't know. I'm seeing like ants or spiders or something up in the corner.
Who's this in the picture? The deceased's friend? I see. I was so caught up in the case that I didn't check the man's background. Hello, little guy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Did you need something, Dr. Kimishima?
Yes. Can you do me a favor and look into the deceased's friends? I'm going to send you a picture right now. Try getting a hold on whoever that is.
A hold on or a hold of?
Alright. Is there anything in particular you'd like us to find out?
Let's see. First, about the deceased himself. It'd be great to find out more about the day of the incident.
Alright. I'll make preparations to have them questioned. I'll send you the recordings of their answers, so please check the recorder.
Good. I'm glad you can get on this so quickly. I'll be counting on you.
Messy dude or room got tossed?
This is where the deceased's corpse was. If this bloodstain is his blood, then...
From the bloodstains on the bed, it appears that the position Dennis died in was, well, it was on the left side, so he must have been lying on his back. Doing a handstand. It was his left, right? Yeah. Bloodstains on the bed!
The injury was on his left wrist. From the position of the bloodstain, it would appear he was lying face up on the bed. There was only the one bloodstain, so he didn't move around much after his wrist was slit. If this truly is a suicide, that would mean that he bled to death here. However, the amount of hemorrhaging here seems to be too small for a man to completely bleed out.
Well, the fan blade is broken.
It's the ceiling fan. There's a speed selector and a timer.
Aha! The locked room mystery. They tied a rope to the fan and set a timer, and it spun and then pulled the chain across and then broke the fan blade or something.
One of the blades seems to be broken, though.
Have I played this before? Yes, but it's been over 10 years, so... strange, the fan is broken. That's odd because it's not fan season. Well, no, the neighbor said it was hot. Fan still new. Repairman came that day. Yeah, he was searching for the air, so...
The electrician had supposedly come to fix the air. I need to review his testimony to confirm what he actually fixed. This is a table.
Yes.
Now that I look closely, the burns are most severe right here. What was burning here?
You get to burn it.
If I send this for analysis, I might find out what was on fire on the table.
This seems to be all the information I can gather at the moment. I should go back to the office and sort through what I've learned. Okay. Let's do a... we have any flavor text on anything? It's a switch for the ceiling fan, there's a timer and a speed selector. Vacuum cleaner. It's a doorknob. Seems rather fancy for this place, though. Alright. Dr. Kimishima, I forgot to tell you. We interrogated the man in the photo that was found in the victim's room. As usual, I've transferred the voice data over to you. Please review the recorder to review the interview. Alright, this conversation about the victim's acquaintances may have some valuable information for us. At least information regarding the victim on the day of the incident. I should keep my ears open while I listen to it. Dennis's friend, he was asked about how the victim had acted before his death.
What you want, man? Why are you calling me out here? Huh? You want to talk about Dennis? You're better off asking his girlfriend. Her name's, Stella. Yeah, she's at the club down on Roulette Street. Yeah, she can probably tell you more about Dennis than I can. That guy, huh? No, nothing. He's a friend of mine, you know? I don't hate him. We'd been drinking together the night before he died, after all. He did seem pretty flush recently, if you know what I mean.
Nope.
He called me up out of the blue and, said he'd pick up the tab that night. That wasn't really important. It was just how he normally brags. He was all proud of this red Portland Jacks t-shirt he was wearing, too. The red ones are a limited edition or something. They're pretty rare. Didn't you know that? Lame. His job, huh? Yeah, he worked at this crappy little bar in some back alley. Then again, you probably can't really call it a bar either. How did he make his cash? Psh, who knows, man? I don't. Hey, that's why I said you should be talking to his girlfriend. Hey, you guys seriously think that he offed
He's
himself?
mooching off his
He's
girlfriend.
Just stupid. And he was one sharp SOB, always looking out for himself. I mean, he always thought that if you had no money, then you should get out and steal some. You really think someone like that would just kill himself? Well, it's got nothing to do with me anyway.
Alright, so he was flush.
The name's, that guy, huh? We've been,
Alright.
his job, huh? Then again, how did he make his cash? Hey, that's why I said, hey, it's just stupid. I mean, he always thought, you really think someone like, well, it's got, what you want, man? Why huh? Her name's,
Stella?
she can
Stella!
probably tell you more about them.
We should talk to Stella.
No, nothing. He's a friend of mine, you know? We've been drinking together. He did seem, he called me up out of, that wasn't really important.
Bragging doesn't seem the usual behavior of someone who commits suicide the next day.
A Portland Jacks t-shirt.
Well, I mean, he was wearing a white dress shirt, so...
If he was telling the truth, the victim was wearing that shirt on the day of the incident.
Well, wasn't he wearing it the night before?
In any case, after hearing this testimony, it seems hard to believe that the deceased would have committed suicide.
Never know.
That reminds me. The man said in his interview that the deceased had a girlfriend. I wonder if HQ knows who she is. This is worth asking Little Guy about.
Let's ask him.
Yes, did you call Dr. Kimishima?
I did, little guy.
I need you to look into somebody for me. A woman named Stella Abbott.
Oh, the deceased's girlfriend? Well, technically his ex.
That doesn't matter. Can you find her?
We already have. HQ's just finished questioning her. Oh, should I send you the recording?
Gee, I don't know, little guy. Should you?
Please. Now, if you don't mind.
Please, now! That was a great delivery, I like that. Perspective seems slightly off on this bit of the desk. I'm kind of amused by this chair that she's got here. You think she'd have like an office chair? This looks a little bit more like kind of a collapsible beach chair or something.
I feel like I'm getting closer to understanding who Dennis Taylor really is.
Alright. Analyze these blood stains. Make yourself useful.
This is a blood stain. One moment, please. I did some quick calculations. A stain of that size would take about 800 milliliters of blood.
The average adult male would have to lose at least 1,500 milliliters in order to bleed to death. This means that...
He didn't bleed to death.
That was careless.
Well, when you're saying that the average adult male needs to lose twice as much, I'd say that's pretty definite, but okay.
Well, the amount of blood loss required varies from person to person.
Does it vary that much, though? So, but sure.
It is unusual, though. I'll have to remember it. This does raise some doubts. The electrician supposedly came to the victim's room to fix his air.
Yep. Got my license to practice. You know, took a week over the break, and hey,
But he
wasn't
didn't
hard.
repair the ceiling fan? Or did the fan break after the electrician had left?
Yeah, but like 700-800 milliliters of internal bleeding, you'd be able to see that on the body.
In any case, I'll need to hear his account again.
Analyze. What is it? Collected some of the remains of the fire. Find out what started the fire. I can't promise anything, but I'll send it to the lab. We'll contact you once the results of the analysis come back, so please continue with your investigation. Something's not right. According to the victim's friend, the victim was wearing a t-shirt on the day he died. I may be able to learn something new from the information I've gained here. I should take another look at the victim's personal effects. Well, okay, let's go look real quick. Or had a medical condition which made it more dangerous for him to lose blood. That's true.
That reminds me. Someone mentioned the clothing that the deceased was wearing on the day of the incident. That's odd. There's nothing that stands out about the clothing. Somebody said something about what the deceased had been wearing that day. Something about this shirt is bothering me.
It's not red. Different color, different color.
That's right. The deceased was apparently wearing a red t-shirt on the day of the incident. Did he change after he got home? Or was there some reason for changing his shirt?
Someone stole his very rare red whatever t-shirt to sell it and killed him.
Dr. Kimishima, did you receive the voice data?
I was just about to look, little guy.
From the deceased's girlfriend? Have you sent it?
You should be able to listen to it using the recorder. Please listen to it when you can.
Right. First, I want to know about the deceased's source of income.
He did seem fairly well off for somebody without a steady job.
In a crap bar.
Indeed. I'll be listening for that while I'm going over the recording.
Yes, Soulcaster. I am a detective medical examiner, crime scene investigator, surgeon, endoscopic surgeon, orthopedic surgeon, diagnostician, first responder, and regular old surgeon. I am Renaissance Man. What was fixed?
Yes. Oh, yes. He said his hair was broken? That was... Yes. He said he... Yeah, it was really quick. Right. Yes, I fixed his
Heater.
He fixed the heater. Something about that seems odd.
Because it was really hot. Too hot to need the heater.
Yes, the deceased's neighbor mentioned that.
She did.
Summer is already starting. And yet, on the day of the incident, the deceased wanted to have his heater repaired?
Well, you came in at one of the more unique sections of the game, Soulcaster. There are surgeries and stuff, but this is the kind of point-and-click adventure section of the game.
There's something strange about this after all.
There's Stella, Dennis's ex-girlfriend. Alright, let's see what she has to say. And we're gonna keep an ear out for his income. It's probably her.
Seriously? What do you guys want? I've got work to do, so let's get this over with. Huh? Dennis? I mean, Dennis Taylor? Wow, that name brings back bad memories. We broke up years ago. Yeah, at first I thought he was an interesting guy, pretty cool and all, but he never had a job and he just kind of wandered through life. Oh, but he always had money. I'm sure he didn't come by it honestly. Ugh, are you really this slow? Don't you get it? Drugs. He was a drug dealer. He worked for this big fish called Theodore.
Uh-huh.
I guess Dennis got totally
The guy who swallowed all the drugs.
And that was it. I broke up with him. I mean, dealing drugs? That's way too dangerous for me. Who knows? I assume he's still out there dealing. I mean, I can't do anything to stop him. Huh? He died? When? Ugh, drugs.
Good heavens. The deceased's been holding on to quite a secret. I'm going to have to change the way I approach this case. Let's go through the information we have, now that we know the deceased's true identity. Unbelievable. The deceased had this hidden dark side to him.
This is looking more and more like a case worth investigating. If Dennis Taylor was a drug dealer, then there could be a variety of reasons to kill him.
Still, I can't let my prejudices cloud the truth. I need to remain objective. However, it seems that we're going to have to change our views regarding this case.
Right. I'll prepare the CSI's ALS.
ALS? The advanced light source that can adjust the wavelength being emitted?
That's right. An object's visibility depends on the light being reflected from that object. The ALS lets you select a particular wavelength to focus only on what you want to see.
Or hide what you don't want to see.
Huh? Oh, no.
I'll try using it. Thanks, little guy. It's true then. This does have to do with the victim. But I wonder why. I get the feeling that there's something very wrong about this.
The two accounts from the people who saw Dennis seem to differ dramatically. The difference is, well, one said he was really depressed, and the other's like, he's a happy-go-lucky dude. Dennis might not be dead. Yep, he's definitely dead now. We're very certain that the dead guy on the slab is very dead. Golden cards are treated as evidence in your investigation. They do not need to be analyzed or fused with other evidence cards.
At first glance, it doesn't seem like these refer to the same person at all. On the one hand, drug-dealing scum enjoying his life. On the other, a man with suicidal depression. Either one of these clues is false, or there's more to this shady business that I haven't found out. In either case, the truth of the matter is that he was indeed a drug dealer.
So we don't care about him and stop the investigation, right? Yep.
I still have doubts. My main concern about this is...
The reason most people use a ceiling fan is refrigeration, heating, air circulation, cleaning. Well...
Yes. Fans circulate air within a room. If the owner was having his air system fixed, the fan should have been considered part of it. Why then would the electrician fix only the heater and not the ceiling fan?
Why indeed? Alright, fine. Alright. Let's head on out to the crime scene, because we've got a new toy to play with. Alright. Examine crime scene. I've zoomed in how to use it right. You can help reveal clues not visible right. Vital tool in solving cases. Okay. So. Yeah.
There's white powder scattered on the floor. It looks like there are footprints in it.
White powder? He was baking cookies!
I can guess at what this powder is.
Flour!
But I should send it in for analysis just in case.
Nah, just make an assumption. Oh?
This powder on the floor seems to trail behind the shelf. Bingo. There's more of that powder inside this hole in the wall. What an obvious place for a hiding spot. Mr. Taylor wasn't all that clever.
Back to the office. Pardon. Need to know what this white powder is. Little guy, help! Here we go. Analyze this. Yeah, flour. Baking flour.
Dr. Kimishima, about that white powder that was spread on the floor.
Flour?
There were traces of drugs found within it.
Flour with drugs in it?
A number of different sets of footprints were identified in that powder as well. They all belong to the firefighters, police, and you, of course.
I see. That means...
Footprints were found in the place. Well, that would mean that it was there before we got there. Well, the drugs have been there. No? Well, I mean, he wouldn't step in it. He knows where it is.
Concentrate.
Killers, they fell when the fire started.
Exactly. That would be the case. The room belonged to the deceased. If the drugs had been spread on the floor before the incident, his footprints should be there as well. But the only footprints in the room were from people who had entered after the fire. This would mean that the drugs would have to have been spread before or soon after the fire began. All right, let's go over the information we've gathered. First, the white powder.
Baking flour with drugs in it. Drugs. Flour with drug. Powdered toast!
Yes, the trail of drugs led directly to the hole behind the shelf. If the same powder from the floor was inside the hole, then...
A large mouse hole, a place to throw drugs away, a place to hide his drugs. The killer's secret escape route.
That's right. But there weren't any drugs inside the hole.
It's not a good sign if the investigators have been tracking drugs through the crime scene. Don't you guys wear booties?
The layer of drugs had footprints from the firefighters, the police, and me left in them. All of the footprints had something in common.
After the fire.
Indeed. There weren't any footprints from before the time the fire began. So from this, we can deduce that the drugs must have been scattered on the floor when... Yes. If I take this even further, I'd say that it would have been after Mr. Taylor stopped moving. In other words, it must have happened between his death and when the fire started. But why were there drugs on the floor?
Because the table was overturned, and you can't put drugs in an overturned table. Floor is the next flat surface. To lead me to discover the hole. The drugs are absorbed through the souls. That's why. Okay.
Yes. They must have spilled out when someone removed the drugs from the hole in the wall. Dennis Taylor was killed, and someone walked out with the drugs. I'm starting to get a clearer picture of what happened here, but there's no proof just yet. I need to move on to the next step. I should consult with Little Guy about this.
Brian says, it's a toughie. I think it's going to be either Xenoblade 3 or, responding to Momo's Game of the Year question, between Xenoblade 3 or Trails from Zero. Hey, I haven't played that, but we'll be starting that next week. Though I actually played Zero a couple years ago before it was officially localized this year. And the second Crossbell game, the name of which escapes from me, the localization for that comes out later this year, I think, which should give me plenty of time to get through it, because if you follow me on Twitter, I did a comparison with HowLongToBeat.com's estimates for Trails 1, 2, and 3, Trails in the Sky 1, 2, and 3, compared to how long I took to play them. And it's like, let's see. So, Trails in the Sky. Main story 40 hours, plus extra 51 hours, full completion 67 hours. That's what How Long to Beat says for Trails in the Sky. I spent 157.3 hours. Trails SC, 51 main, plus extra 70.5, completion 91 hours. Me, 230.2 hours. Trails the Third, 33.5 for the main, plus extras 48 and completion 61.5. Me, 130.7 hours. It takes me over twice as long to get through these games. I'm so goddamn slow.
Dr. Kimishima, have you confirmed that it's a murder after all?
I don't know how you heard about that so quickly, little guy. Have you been eavesdropping on me?
Huh? No,
Forget it. I can see right through you.
Which makes me wonder, let's see, how long to beat? Trails from Zero. Alright, so according to how long to beat, Trails from Zero is 41 hours, plus extra 62 hours, completion is 76 hours. So we can expect probably 160, 170 hours to get through this game.
oh, right, I have a new tool for you. It's luminol.
Is it you? Because you're a tool.
A chemiluminescent material based on reducing 5-nitrothalhydrazide with sodium dithionite. It reacts to iron and hemoglobin by glowing, making it useful to find otherwise hidden bloodstains. Anything else?
No.
Good. I just
Emasculation complete? You wanted to mansplain it, didn't you, little guy?
I'm sure it will be useful. Thank you, little guy.
Alright, Brant says, same, yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 3 was just over 200 for me. I can only imagine how long it would take Andrew. Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be faster if I was not playing it on stream. One of the things that slows me down with the games is I read all the dialogue out loud. I wouldn't be doing that were I just playing it at my own time. So that probably adds like 40% of the time right there. Alright, spritzy spritzy. Okay. Alright, let's go over here. Spritzy spritzy. Whoops. Okay. There's some blood. So that wasn't enough blood, but here's some. But...
So there were bloodstains here too.
Were there no crime scene investigators? Do your jobs, people. Soulcaster says, I haven't done everything in XBC Xenoblade Chronicles 3 before I can safely put it down. No. Yeah, I'm currently playing through, I mean, we'll be starting Trails from Zero next week, but I'm also in the middle of Tales of Berseria. So, I actually have, thanks to Brian, I have Xenoblade Chronicles, X, which I'd like to play, but maybe try and keep the giant RPGs down to 2 at a time. Yeah.
If these are from the deceased, we may be able to use this with something else that we know.
Oh Jesus, Brian says, how long to beat lists the completion time of Cold Steel 4 at 134 hours, so get ready for that, Andrew. Man. So we're looking at probably 300 hours or something. Alright, Alright, let's see. Whoop, that's not enough to do. There we go. Okay. Oh, hello.
This.
There's a rope around the, fan.
There's a rope wrapped around the shaft of the ceiling fan. There's no mistake. Those are bloodstains. this? There's a reaction to blood on this screw that's securing the doorknob. The screw seems rather loose as well.
Soulcaster says Xenoblade 3 has been placed on hold for now to play Scarlet. Scarlet Nexus? Oh, Pokemon Scarlet. Violet and Scarlet. Okay. So Dennis had a screw loose.
Come to think of it, the door to this room was chained shut when the fire started. Could this be related to that in some way?
Nah. I'm sure it's nothing. What do you want, little guy?
Dr. Kimishima, sorry for the wait. The analysis of the burnt material has come back from the laboratory.
Lay it on me.
Calcium hydroxide was detected in the sample.
Calcium hydroxide? You mean slaked lime?
Yes, small amounts of quicklime were also detected. Quicklime is a substance that releases a great deal of heat when it reacts with water.
Oh, I see. So this was...
arson. This heat was used to start the fire.
I agree, but isn't it odd? If the killer wanted to start a fire, there are far easier ways to go about it.
You're right. There must have been a reason for this. It's our job to investigate that, isn't it?
Oops.
That's right. There were 2 different bloodstains left in the deceased's room. Now, which of these bloodstains happened first? That's true. Unless the corpse got up and walked over by itself.
Well, I mean, depending on the video game, that does happen.
It's most likely that the deceased died where the first bloodstains were found.
And honestly, this universe, I would not put, like, some zombie plague past this game series.
And then was carried to the bed afterwards. That would explain why there was such a small amount of blood on the bed itself.
Yeah, I don't think I articulated my reasoning. It was because there was a bigger bloodstain on the floor, so it's like, bled the most there, moved to the bed, and finished bleeding there.
What's this? It just looks like a loose screw to me.
Think harder, little guy. How was the room when the firefighters arrived at the scene? The entrance was closed, but was it completely inaccessible?
When the body was discovered, the door to Dennis's room was, I think it was just chained.
That's right. The chain on the door had been attached, but the door itself wasn't locked.
Sorry, but the door only opens about 15 centimeters with the chain attached. I don't even think a small child could get through a space that small.
You're so unimaginative. Flex your mind and think about it. Listen to me. What I'm trying to tell you is...
The killer was able to go through the door with the chain shut by removing a screw, directed explosives, I like it, using a different engine, jump kicking through it. Solid.
This loose screw tells us everything. With the screw removed, the entire plate on the door can be swiveled around by the doorknob. The plate itself is about 20 centimeters long, so the gap increases to almost 35 centimeters.
I'm American. I have no concept of how wide that is. 35 centimeters? I don't know.
How big does somebody have to be that he couldn't fit through a space that size?
36 centimeters, I guess.
Oh, I see now. That's more than enough room to get past the door. So the killer just screwed the plate back on from the outside after he left the room then.
I think that's the most likely explanation. But the killer was in plain sight once he was outside the door. He wanted to finish quickly. The killer couldn't completely tighten the screw and left the area as we found it.
Wow. That proves that this isn't quite the locked room mystery we thought it was.
Huh. Still, this doesn't help us figure out who the killer is. I need to investigate the situation in more detail.
Dr. Kimishima, we've identified the blood on the screw. It's a DNA match with the victim, Dennis Taylor.
Dennis Taylor's loose screw.
Why would his blood be there, of all places?
It's simple. What happened was...
The killer was finger painting. Blood splattered. Dennis touched it. Probably not. It touched the murder weapon.
That's right. It's probably because it touched the murder weapon.
Wait, why would the killer touch that screw with the murder weapon?
He would have to, if the weapon was...
A screwdriver?! Something that is needed to place screws that came in contact with Dennis is a kitchen knife. Bloody screw. Bloody screw!
Yes, a screwdriver. It was likely used to both loosen and tighten that screw.
I see. Then the screwdriver left the blood on the screw while he was covering his tracks.
The killer stabbed Dennis to death with a screwdriver, then used the same tool to replace the screw. Did Dennis have any stab wounds? Well, look at the base of the handle here. We've been wondering about this flower-shaped bruise for a while.
Yes, these pieces of information are hiding an important fact.
So what's the me character in the upper right for? That's Little Guy. That's our contact in the FBI. That's who we're talking to.
I didn't notice because the bleeding had stopped completely, but this isn't a bruise. It's a stab wound.
You are a bad medical examiner, Naomi.
This strange pattern here is likely...
The screwdriver handle. Sheer force of will.
Yes, that's right. It's indisputable evidence that the weapon was jammed in so deeply that the grip left a bruise.
Ow. Like, ow. Alright.
Yes, these two pieces can be combined into one. The rope wrapped around the ceiling fan is what caused it to break.
So we put the accelerants on the table and tied a rope to the fan and set the timer, and then the fan turned on, and knocked over the table, starting the fire.
The question now is why there was a rope around it in the first place. Yes. These do lead the way to a definite truth. Looking at the location of the bruise, the tip of the screwdriver must have pierced Dennis's lung. His lung would then rupture, causing pulmonary emphysema, and he would have suffocated. This explains the spots of hemorrhaging in the corpse's eyes. What actually happened that day is slowly coming to light now.
Jesus Christ. I hate kids. Noisy little jerks. Why can't children just sit in one place quietly? Why they gotta run around and make noise? Stupid kids. Soulcaster, y'all heard that, right? Ugh.
The fire began near the fallen table.
Y'all heard that, okay. And for that to be picked up on the mic, yeah. Alright, the fire began near the fallen table.
Calcium hydroxide was found in the substance on the floor there. Calcium hydroxide is formed through the reaction of quicklime and water. That reaction creates something else as well.
Fire! What happens when calcium hydroxide reacts with water? Sparks fly. Heat is created.
Yes. Quicklime releases 65 kilojoules of energy per mole when it reacts with water. This was the method used to start the fire in this room. First, you would place a glass of water on the table. You would also put quicklime around the floor and on the table near the glass. When the table falls over, the hydration heat caused by the reaction would cause a fire. But why would the killer go through such a complicated plan to start a fire?
To delay when... The reason the killer used such an elaborate trick to start a fire was to delay when it started, prove how smart he was. Variety. It's just how he rolls. Because he wanted the fire to start later, after he'd left.
That's right. If all he wanted was a fire, he could have just set something on fire. The killer needed to have a delay until the
I miss Charlie. She wasn't as loud as whoever's above me now. In fact, the only time I ever heard from Charlie is when she knocked on my door because she invariably dropped something off her balcony and onto my porch. And she's like, "Hey, dropped a thing on your porch." Killer needed to have a delay, right?
That's why he devised a plan that made use of two components.
Alright, two things used to start the fire in the room were bed and a glass, ceiling fan and a rope, table and a door, willpower and pyrokinesis.
Yes. This trick relied on a ceiling fan and a rope. The killer wrapped one end of the rope around the fan and tied the other to a table leg. When the fan activated according to its timer, the fan wound the rope up, flipping the table over and spilling the water onto the quicklime. However, there's still one basic question left to be asked. Why did the killer have to set the room on fire in the first place? Why go through this extravagant setup to make it happen? The reason for that is...
The reason why the killer went to such lengths to cause a fire was to destroy the body, to burn down the building, so Dennis's body would be found. The killer wanted to be caught. Probably to destroy the evidence. No?
Concentrate.
To get the attention of Paramount. Okay.
Exactly. Due to the fact that there was nothing flammable added to the body itself, the culprit never intended for the corpse and the evidence to be destroyed in the fire. Instead, the killer wanted to cause a commotion that would draw attention to the corpse. Now then, why would that be?
Create an alibi. Oh, yeah, sure, create an alibi because he's over doing something else. He just had it out for that damn ceiling fan.
That's right. By delaying the start of the fire, the plan was to have enough time to create a viable alibi for when the fire began. It's easy. I mean, with this method of misdirection, the culprit could start a fire hours after having left the crime scene entirely. This is the entire truth behind this mysterious arson.
Could you change your clothes if you've got a broken finger? Did you move the corpse and change the clothes? Okay. Actually. Stop you! No! Alright. Any damage to his... You know, that's a good point. If he got stabbed in the side, there should be a puncture hole in his shirt. Yeah, she's saying let's go look at the cause of effects here. Or the... You know what I mean. So for now, we're looking at something that should be there, but probably is not. Yeah, there should be a hole here.
This is odd. There's something missing that should be here. If the puncture wound in the abdomen is the true cause of death...
One thing that must be on the clothing at the same time is the screwdriver, the drugs, bloodstains from the driving, a Jack Frost patch. Okay, Atlas. Yeah, we get it. Well, blood, not just bloodstains, but also a hole.
Right. There should be blood stains and a hole where the screwdriver went through his clothing.
It's all coming together now.
Yes, these pieces of information can tell us something. According to Mr. Taylor's friend, on the day of the incident, Dennis had been wearing...
a red shirt.
That's right. He was supposedly wearing a red Portland Jacks t-shirt that day. But when his body was discovered, he was wearing...
a white dress shirt.
Yes. His corpse was found wearing a white shirt. In other words, his clothing had changed.
Magic!
And yet, if that was all we know, we couldn't rule out if the deceased had changed his shirt himself. However, if he had, there would still be a discrepancy.
White shirt the corpse wore doesn't fit the facts because no indication of the stab room. Well, right. No burns from fire, drugs.
Yes. The corpse had a wound that wasn't reflected by the state of the clothing it was wearing. There's only one answer to this puzzle, and that is...
alien tapeworms. The external trauma on the body doesn't match that on the clothing because the killer made Dennis change, the killer stole his clothes, the killer changed to Dennis. Dennis was naked when he died.
Indeed. Whoever had killed Mr. Taylor replaced the shirt he was wearing after killing him.
Come to think of it, I think we've seen 3 of the 6 main characters bathing so far in this game. We saw Tomoe in the hot springs, and then we saw Hank and Gabe in the showers. So, 3 more characters to see bathing. Maybe. Actually, I'm pretty sure we see at least 1 more. Whoever killed Mr. Taylor was for sure was wearing it. Right.
The reason for doing that was...
The reason the killer changed Dennis's clothing after the murder was to steal his lucky shirt. Make it look like suicide, to leave the beautiful corpse, some kind of ritual. Suicide. Camouflage.
Exactly. It was probably to hide the stab wound and make us believe the cut wrist was the cause of death.
Yeah, like, no one would notice a damn puncture on the side of the torso.
The killer staged the suicide in order to mislead us.
And it worked. Because we are very bad at this. Killer changed Dennis's clothes to hide the true cause of death. There must be a clue somewhere. Did the killer break his finger trying to change his clothes? Is that what happened?
I see. These two are related. There are no vital reactions to the broken finger. That means the damage occurred after death, considering that the killer must have changed the victim's clothing after death.
The victim's finger was broken after death and his clothing was changed. That shows that the killer really hated Dennis. Screw this guy, Crunch! The killer liked Dennis's fashion, was broken while changing. Killer had OCD.
That's right. The killer broke the corpse's finger while changing the shirt on the body. Yes. These two can tell us how the murder happened. On the day of the incident, the killer came to the victim's room and stabbed him in the torso. The murder weapon was...
a screwdriver. Oh, shoot. Okay. I missed.
Yes. The screwdriver pierced the victim's lung, causing pulmonary emphysema.
You know what's nice about this sequence of the game and how mechanically it works from a gameplay perspective is you could just, you know, systematically match all the cards until you find what matches. You can do that, but it also gives you a multi-choice quiz to make sure you understand what's going on, which I think is a nice touch.
This caused respiratory problems due to lung failure. Thus, the cause of death was...
Plus, some of these answers are just hilarious. Died from pulmonary emphysema, causing respiratory failure. In other words, he died of electrocution, asphyxiation, blood loss, falling to death.
After this, the killer moved the victim to the bed.
What happens if you guess wrong? I can show you in a sec.
This is most likely because...
See these hearts up here? Every time you get something wrong, you lose half a heart. And if you lose all your hearts, it's game over. So... after murdering Dennis, killer moved the body to the bed in order to make it look like suicide. Let him die in comfort. Get him out of the way. Make an artistic statement.
Indeed. The murderer then arranged the corpse to make the death appear to be a suicide. That is what I believe took place, according to the evidence we have gathered.
Dr. Kimishima, how's the investigation going?
I've almost uncovered the deception, but the truth hasn't completely been revealed.
I see. So we can't arrest the culprit yet?
That's right. I need conclusive evidence that can help us identify the killer.
The most reliable giveaway would be if we could find a fingerprint at the crime scene.
Or the screwdriver.
However, only the victim found when HQ searched the room.
I'm not surprised, considering the lengths the killer's gone to hide his tracks. The murderer was probably wearing gloves while the crime was being committed.
Huh. Isn't there anything the killer might have touched?
Something that would require him to take his gloves off? It's hard to think of anything.
Well, the best evidence would be on a hard, slick, inorganic substance. It doesn't matter what size it is.
All we can investigate are the crime scene, the corpse, and what the corpse was wearing. Could there be anything among those items that the killer touched with a bare hand?
Well, it's a dress shirt, so maybe the buttons?
We'll have to investigate further. Thank you, little guy.
Hard to button a shirt with gloves on. Buttons.
The killer put this shirt on the victim's corpse after the murder took place. That would mean that the killer would have had to button the shirt up as well. Buttoning up a shirt with gloves on is no easy task. If my predictions are correct...
Oh, little boy, little guy, whatever your name is. Do us a solid, would you?
Aha! The buttons on the victim's clothes, huh? I'll look into them right away. One moment, please.
Only one,
This
little
will
guy.
help us find the identity of our mystery murderer.
Dr. Kimishima, it was there. I found it. There's a fingerprint from someone who isn't the victim. It's, a right thumb.
Great. Run the print through the list of registered offenders immediately.
Leave it to me. Such an attention to detail has gone into this. It can't possibly be a first-time offender. There has to be a match for this fingerprint in our records.
I sincerely hope so. This case should be over soon.
Huzzah! We as the medical examiner have solved the entire case. Do we get to try it too? Do we prosecute or defend, or what else does Naomi do?
The dead shall speak. Let's put together the truth of what happened here.
You gotta fix your tie, Naomi. Tie's a little crooked.
The victim in this case is 30-year-old Dennis Taylor.
Who had a
As
screw
there's
loose.
no motive for murder, it's a suspected suicide. However, the victim had a hidden other side. This card is the one with proof of that.
The side of the victim that had been hidden from the case was, well, he was at... it's probably that one. Oh, no, Dennis the Pusher. Right? Trained by the drug is also depressed. Yeah.
Yes, while he did work at the bar, he also dealt drugs. This case is related to the victim's drug activities.
Good point. Brian says, well, maybe he, you know, isn't his first rodeo, but he didn't never been caught before. Evidence proving that drugs were a motive for murder. The missing drugs.
Indeed, the drugs hidden behind the shelf were missing. The killer went into Taylor's room to kill him for his drugs. The real cause of the victim's death can tell us that. I know that because of this card. Right. The wound on the wrist was not the true cause. Next, the killer disguised the murder as a suicide. This card proves the misdirection used to hide the murder.
Evidence proving steps have been taken to,
Yes, the appearance of suicide covered up the real cause. The next topic is the secret hidden in the room itself. The murderer used a trick to create a locked room mystery. It was made to seem as if the victim was the only one there. This card shows the trick that had been used. Exactly. The killer thought this would clear his trail. And yet, the culprit had one more way to hide from suspicion. That was to hide when the murder itself took place. This card shows how he went about that ruse. The murder took place 3 hours prior to the fire's start. It's natural to assume that if the room was locked, then the crime and the fire would be at the same time. The plan was perfect. No fingerprints were left in the room.
Except...
However, there was one thing the killer hadn't counted on. There was one task he needed to remove his gloves to do. This card is evidence of that task.
You'd have to have big, flat-ass buttons to leave fingerprints on.
He probably couldn't button the clothes with his gloves on. No matter how small the buttons, there were still prints. Even a fragment of a fingerprint can be used to identify him.
Okay.
The victim must have been surprised. After all, he thought the killer was a customer. This is what he said at the very end.
Stop! You! No!
The final flickers of this soul's light show me the truth.
Fix your tie.
Who's there?
Tie police, ma'am. We're here to
Sorry,
straighten your tie.
I must have surprised you.
You're that electrician. Why are you here?
Oh, I was called up because a switchboard blew.
Uh-huh.
I need to have it fixed by tomorrow.
I see. That sounds difficult.
Convenient gun.
Freeze. Don't move. I see corpses all day. One more won't bother me.
That's a pretty good line, though. I see corpses all day. One more is not gonna bother me.
Naomi! Are you hurt? I'm sorry. I should have stayed.
I've solved the case. I'll give you my report tomorrow.
The report can wait. Naomi, you must think of your safety.
Nobody lives forever. Even if I died today, it'd just be earlier than I expected.
Naomi, do you want to talk? Sounds like you got some things. I have to wonder what the character designer's thought process for Naomi's costume here is. It's like, we want this really weird tie just hanging off of a choker, but it's covering up her cleavage. What do we do? I'll just move the tie over. Oh, we're gonna have to do some more Hank stuff after a quick bathroom break. Be right back. Alright. It's time for Superhero Hank. The hospital no one ever goes to. And no one should ever go to.
Hank, thank God. Can you get in surgery right now?
Yeah. What's wrong?
I just carried in an emergency patient. An attempted suicide.
Why?
Because it's my job?
What?
Why did the patient try to commit suicide?
Oh, I don't know.
How should I know? I want to ask that myself. Now shut it and get going. The patient's in room 3.
All right, I'll head over immediately.
Bring up a synthetic bone too.
They're ready to go. Will 8 through 14 be enough?
No, we should have 16 ready too.
Ah,
I'll go
Dr.
get
Freebird.
Please
I'm
bring
glad that you
Staples
made
too,
it in time.
Good thinking. Okay, I'll go get
Dr.
those as well.
Tachibana, I'm sorry if I made you wait.
You should be, Hank.
Not at
You
all.
should be.
I always enjoy assisting you in surgery.
This hospital has, like, literally only 4 people working in it.
Let's go over the procedure then.
Claire Blunt.
There are 2 critical areas, the right arm and the left leg.
Alright, right arm and left leg fracture treatment and reformation treatment for an attempted suicide. Oh, did she jump off a building and land? Okay.
We will align the fractured bones and
No,
hold them together.
youngin'.
That sounds good. Let's begin the operation. Attempted suicide, huh? It's just unacceptable.
Yes, we must save her. We'll begin by treating her upper arm. Let's continue, but be careful.
I see the problem.
And out of alignment.
Well, I mean, from this view, it looks like it's piercing the skin, but I didn't see any bones sticking out before.
I'll need the forceps to reshape this bone's orientation.
Get in there with your digits. Release it.
I have to grasp the humerus and align it with the guide. Good.
Thank goodness. The humerus is back in its original position.
Now let's slather it with magic goo.
It needs to be secured with a plate now. First, I'll need to drill holes into the bone for the screws to go into. I have to be careful to drill deep enough without going beyond the guides.
Alright, press A to drill until you reach the bottom of the guideline. Okay.
Doctor, you can't drill any deeper than the guide.
I don't know, that looked pretty, like, exact to me. That is exactly where I wanted it.
Please be careful not to make the hole too deep.
Alright.
Rock solid.
Okay, so anywhere in the blue area, I guess.
Procedure.
Understood. Already the plate.
Securing the fracture with screws.
Please be careful not to tighten it too much.
Yes, of course. I just need to stop it at the guideline.
Hold A, release it, right.
Excellent.
Indeed. Please do the same with the next area.
Redo? No need to redo it. It's just in a little deep. It's fine.
The right arm has been treated. Let's continue to the
I mean,
left
if I
arm.
accidentally kill the suicide patient, I guess she's not going to be too terribly miffed.
Make sure we succeed.
Oh boy, yeah, that. Oh,
Why did you do this to yourself?
Yeah, that's a mess.
Who can say? I just hope she recovers. Let's begin retrieving the bone fragments.
Grab them and put them in the tray. Okay, let's grab this, put it here. There.
Please reshape the bed bone to make it align with the guide.
Alright. Let's put that there.
Please reshape the other bones as well. Please continue on.
Alright. Placing the bone fragments.
Please continue.
Alright.
Missing a
let's
piece.
proceed. We seem to be missing a fragment. Did we replace all the ones we extracted?
Yep, just jam everything back into place and bolt it together. It'll be fine.
That's odd. You didn't find it inside the leg?
We don't have a choice. Get the synthetic bone.
We lost a bit.
Doctor, the synthetic bone is ready.
The outline of the shape we need has already been projected onto it. We just have to use the laser to carve it out.
Yes. Well then, please begin. Make sure not to divert from the guideline while cutting it.
Want to make sure it fits. Up.
It's going well. Let's continue on.
It's going well today. Alright. Next.
It's going well.
Rock solid.
Whoops. Went outside the guideline there. Got ahead of myself.
Good. Cautiously continue on.
Please continue on.
Alright, let's proceed. Be careful. Rock solid. This can be used in place of the lost fragment.
Excellently done, Doctor.
Yes, I know.
The synthetic bone you shaped is ready. Please place it in the area. The synthetic bone has been placed. Now we can secure it into position.
Bring me the drill.
I'll try not to drill too deep this time.
Please continue in the next area.
It's going well today. Alright, now we'll need to secure the plate with screws.
Alright, screw
Please
this.
be careful not to tighten the screws too much.
That was a little too much. There we go.
It's going well.
Right. Next.
Please continue in the next area.
Should yell at my neighbors. Would you keep those kids still and quiet? I'm doing surgery down here.
Rock solid. Alright. Now we'll need to secure the plate with screws.
Please be careful not to tighten the screws too much. Perfect. That was amazing.
Good. Cautiously continue on.
Good thing there's no nerve endings in the bone.
The tibia and fibula have been treated. Let's move on to the femur.
Alright, what's left of it?
Doctor,
Yeah, that's not too bad.
will we be securing the femur with plates?
No. In this case, I'll be treating it with pin fixation. Let's begin by treating the condyle.
Understood. I'll get ready.
I'll first need to use the drill to create a guide for driving the pins. Alright, the guide has been created. Can you bring out the pins?
We're drilling out so much bone here. Blair? What's her name? It's gonna be about 2 pounds lighter. She'll be bird-like. All her bones are hollow.
Understood. Please drive it in until it reaches the guideline.
Strike down there until it reaches the guideline. Do I have to do one of these?
Alright.
Yeah.
Continuing the treatment.
Bad? I don't know, that seemed pretty good to me.
Could you hand me the next pin? Rock solid.
I don't know where it needs to be good.
Let's shift our focus to the neck of the femur.
Oof.
First,
Oh,
we need to
got
use
it.
the drill. Readying it right now. Please continue on. The pin is the next step. Please be careful with it. The pin is ready to go.
Just drive it in until the bone meets the guideline.
Duh!
Please continue.
Duh! Duh! Oh, it wants the least number of hits is what it wants. Okay. Okay, that's what it's going for. Don't gingerly tap it in until it gets there. Just slam on that sucker. Drive that bastard in! God, God. She was completely dislocated from the pelvis, too. Ow.
The stapler is ready for you. Please close the incision along the guide.
There we go.
Please continue. It's going well. Let's continue on.
That operation wasn't a problem. Let's be thankful for that.
Is her arm still open? Because I don't think we ever closed it.
Excellent work as always, Doctor.
In fact, I don't remember cutting into her leg either, so...
Thank you. I just hope this girl finds her passion for life.
Yes, I'm sure she'll be alright.
We'll have to yell at Maria. It's like, hey, we were missing a bone somewhere. Hey, pin it with confidence, says Lou.
The operation was completed safely. Now that's how a true specialist works.
I still have much to learn.
Don't worry. I'm sure the patient will be happy with the results as well.
How are you feeling?
Are you the doctor that saved me? Why?
Why?
My
it's our
job.
duty to save patients' lives.
Don't lie to me. I'm tired of hearing crap like that.
What?
Forcing people to believe you're right all the time. What's so great about being alive? What's so bad about dying?
What do you gain from being dead?
It's a hell of a lot better than being alive, at least.
Have you ever been dead?
The world is just full of hypocrites like you.
Your leg should be fine in 2 months. You'll be out soon.
Over drilled a few spaces and
I'll check in on you later.
Didn't tighten some screws are too tight, some not tight enough, but you know.
Hang in there! Just a little more!
Run! And keep your head down or you'll get sniped!
Enemy soldiers, 3 o'clock! Fire! Fire!
And Hank does that entire surgery with his eyes closed.
John, I don't know what's right anymore. Maybe they're right. I'm only saving people to feel better about myself.
And the paycheck.
Yeah, I know, John. I can't stop now.
Her first one's way down here, huh? Alright, where were we? We were with Hank. We just did this. Oh my god, okay. We just did this one. Alright, another diagnostician thing with Gabe. Blazing darkness. Go fish.
Finished. That brings my total to 298 wins in 298 games.
Damn it! This is a waste of time. You're unbeatable.
Not if my opponent's intellect surpasses my processing speed.
Uh-huh. And how fast is that?
My processing speed is roughly 1 QIPS.
What? Stop using words people don't know.
I mean, a quadrillion instructions per second, Doctor.
Sounds like you're just trying to make fun of me.
Ow! Hey, Grandpa, stop struggling.
Let go. I don't need a doctor. You know who I am.
Damn stubborn old man.
Hey, what's with all the noise? Go fight somewhere else.
Hey, moron. This old fart's your patient. Now go examine him.
You mean him? He looks pretty spry. Why don't we just let him leave?
He was passed out on his floor. Now shut up and examine him.
This is absurd. I don't have time for this.
Hold up a minute.
What now?
Tell me, how long has your leg been shaking like that?
Huh? My leg? What are you talking about?
Maria, get a bed ready for him. We're gonna need him overnight.
You got it. In your face.
What? A moment ago you said I could leave. Hey, are you even listening to me? Hey! What's going on? Don't you know
I'm a first responder, but since there's only 4 people who work in the hospital, I guess I'll do that too. So we have our endoscopist assisting the orthopedic surgeon. We have our EMT assisting the endoscopist and the diagnostician.
He is Jacob Tillman, Assistant Secretary of the HHS, Doctor.
Collapsed at home and was brought to resurge him. That's not a great... It's not a good start. Unaware of any symptoms.
Assistant secretary? Politician, huh? I should have just sent him home.
No, Doctor. He is suffering from an ailment of some sort.
Yeah. Too bad we can't pick our patients, huh? Oh well. Might as well go take a look.
Alright, Jake. Turn your head and cough.
Now, how are you feeling? Have you been eating?
You fool! How dare you force me into this hospital?
Oh, I didn't force you into it, but I am keeping you here.
What a serious pain in the...
Ellipsis!
Let's begin the exam, Roni. Are you ready?
Yes, Doctor. Whenever you are ready.
Well then, let's start with you telling me about the symptoms you're experiencing.
I don't have any!
I'm not saying anything, you jackanape.
That jackanape, that... We don't use jackanape enough.
So that's how it's gonna be. Well, go right on ahead if you don't want to ever be discharged from this hospital.
You utter bastard. Fine. Ask your questions. Huh. I didn't ask to be examined. Yes, I collapsed, but I simply wasn't feeling well.
Yeah, collapsing, not normal.
Well, huh? So, he was aware he had a problem all along. This guy's a real nutcase.
Doctor, the symptoms are too vague. Please find more precise symptoms.
I mean, sure, but collapsing is still not good.
I don't know what's worse. This old guy or a robot.
I'm not as young as I used to be, and I've been under quite a lot of stress. There's so much to be done, and you're not helping. Quit wasting my time and issue my release. Damn it! You're never gonna give up, are you? Being stuck in this stinking examination room is killing my appetite. Honestly, I haven't eaten much, but I feel queasy, bloated.
He's been feeling bloated, huh? That's not to say he isn't already a bit on the chunky side. Roni, order up a CT scan. Oh, and warn the lab guys they may need a forklift to get him onto the table.
Lou says makes a note to use Jackanate more often, or for the first time.
I will send the request at once. Also, I may use a slightly different wording for that second part.
Hey, you!
Huh? What's wrong now?
You don't need to examine me. I refuse this treatment.
Hey, if I don't look in your stomach, we'll never know what's wrong with you.
There is no reason for this. If you think it's necessary, then prove it.
Ugh, you're really getting on my nerves. Roni, ignore him and send in the request.
I cannot, Doctor. All examinations require patient consent.
Ugh, you're as stubborn as he is, you know that? Fine. So we just need to narrow down the diagnosis candidates and prove an exam is necessary, right?
That is standard protocol, Doctor. New symptom observed. Bloated abdomen.
So what? Doesn't matter. Just sign your little forms and discharge me. Looking at your stupid face makes me even more nauseous.
Nauseous!
He said my face makes him feel even more nauseous. That means he was already feeling nauseous before he came here. How's that for deduction, Roni? Make a note of it.
Understood, Doctor.
I'm gonna earn the respect of my computer if it kills me. Sheesh, what a nasty old geezer, but something's still bothering me. I shouldn't get distracted by his insults. I gotta listen to this geezer's garbage and see if he's mentioning any symptoms. Alright, maybe the appetite thing?
Yes. I'm not as young as I used
Stress?
to be.
A lot of stress, huh? I think we can assume he's been getting tired easily. Heck, serves him right. I'm exhausted just having to deal with him. Isn't that so, Roni?
I do not share your pain, Doctor. New symptom observed. Gets tired easily.
Empathetic computers. Computers that share your pain, that's what we
You
need.
should loosen some bolts and relax.
There's so much to be... And you're not helping. Quit with... Damn it. Being stuck in this...
So his appetite's been decreasing. Maybe he's been trying some of the food here. Roni, I want you to make a note of the patient's appetite. Also, jot down that the hospital food sucks.
I must remain professional, Doctor. New symptom observed. Lack of appetite.
Right, professional. One day, I'd love to hear all about that.
Honestly, I have... So what? Looking at your stupid...
Alright. So that's a no. Alright. Oh, we already did his blood work? Cool. Alright, a little low on the blood pressure, but that's fine. Oh, 777s!
Ooh, now this is something. Check it out, Roni. It's 3 7s.
Doctor, is that abnormal?
No, well, I mean, that it's all 7s, it's unlikely, but...
Huh? No, it's perfectly fine. Never mind.
Alright. I actually remember that one. That's an Easter egg. Just a fun thing. Alright, 240, 34... well, that looks a little low. Your platelets are low, buddy.
The platelet count. It seems unusually low. Roni, add that to his records.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Low platelet count.
Protein... that's high.
His total bilirubin level seems a bit high. Roni, make a record of that.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. High total bilirubin level.
Hold on. If his total bilirubin is this high, he should have jaundice in the whites of his eyes.
Correct, Doctor. But the status of the patient's eyeballs cannot be confirmed.
Yeah, that's the problem. That geezer's eyes are too squinty for me to examine. And somehow, I doubt he'll cooperate with us and let me take a look.
Doctor, perhaps you could try anchoring the patient.
Huh? What good'll that do?
I've noticed that Chief Patel's eyes are frequently wide open when conversing with you. It is a physiological response for humans to open their eyes wider when they are angry.
You're pretty observant, aren't you? All right. I don't know that I like the example you gave, but let's try your tactic. Shouldn't be too hard. A few blows at his pride, that should do it.
Yeah. Yowza. AST and ALT are both high.
Yep. His AST level is rather high. Roni, record the symptom.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. High AST level.
He has a pretty elevated ALT level. Roni, make a note of that.
Soulcaster says, can't say I do that when angered. I mean, surprised, but angry? I may actually I may narrow my eyes.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. High ALT level.
Alright, lower than expected cholesterol, not what I would have expected.
Interesting. His cholesterol level is unusually low. Roni, make a note of that too.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Low total cholesterol.
This won't work on Dr. Freebird, yeah.
Huh. I didn't ask to be examined. Yes, I'm not as young. There's so much to be done, and you're not helping. Damn it! Being stuck in this sticky... Honestly, so what? Looking at your stupid... Yes, I come...
Yeah, let's see those eyes. Can't you open them any wider? I've seen more than enough of your moronic face like this. No problems with the eyesight then? What's with that? This one's serious beak there. I'm halfway expecting him to start pecking at me. Yes, it's an abnormally large nose.
He's throwing me off my pace.
Legs were, yep, shaky leg.
His legs are still shaking. That's definitely worth making a note of, Roni.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Shaking legs.
Well, I'd say the patient's physique is pretty typical for a man his age. But considering how conceited he is, may be just the thing to anger him. Now, let me see your stomach. Come on, lift up your clothing.
Never. I don't have any obligation to cooperate.
Oh, I get it. You're shy about your gut, huh? Too many steak dinners? Don't be ashamed. I'm not someone to judge a patient, no matter how fat they are.
You son of a bitch! You can't talk to me like that.
Ooh, you're getting angry, huh? Great, now stay just like that.
I don't need your jokes. How dare you insult me? I want my lawyer.
All right, maybe I went a little far, but that's fine. Now's my chance to check his eyes.
Is it though? Is it fine? Yeah, that's jaundiced.
Yep. Discoloration in the whites of his eyes. Looks like jaundice. Roni, mark it down.
I was jaundiced when I was born. They had to put me in an oven. Or something. My head was also really misshapen because I had a big fat head. Which is why I had to... Mom had to have a cesarean section because her pelvic floor was way too narrow for my fat skull. So when they pulled me out, my head was all smushed. And they're like, there, that looks like the right shape, but he's all yellow. Put him in the oven.
Understood, Doctor.
I don't remember this, it's just what I've been told.
Jaundice.
Nope, we already did that.
Huh. I didn't ask.
Alrighty. Now let's try to figure out what's
Time
wrong.
to prove the need for a CT exam.
We should compare our symptoms to the possible illness candidates. If the likely candidates require a CT scan to be identified, there is ample evidence to have one taken.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. Guess you're pretty useful sometimes.
Did you just impart genuine praise on me, Doctor?
Hey, I give credit where it's due, you know? Let's get to work.
Alright, malignant liver tumor. Alright. Form of liver, patient shows no subjective symptoms in early stages. As the condition progresses, we'll notice symptoms such as lack of energy. Yeah, tired easily. Nausea, that was in there. Lack of appetite. Abdominal bloating. Jaundice, yeah. Shaken. Okay, that wasn't one of them, no. Such as high total bilirubin, yeah, that's one. High AST. High ALT. Low platelets. Low total cholesterol. Yeah. Alright, so it could be a malignant liver tuna. Liver tuna, yes, liver tuna. Alright, acute hepatitis. Liver cells rapidly become inflamed due to multiplication of hepatitis virus within the cells. Most patients complain of dull pain in the abdomen, nausea. Other symptoms such as lack of appetite and bloating. Jaundice. Shaking of extremities. High bilirubin. High AST and ALT. Virus antibody reactions positive. Okay. Congestive liver failure. Kind of blood cell and liver kind of problem functions. Tires easily. Yep, there it is. Appetite. Nausea. Bloating. Jaundice and shaking. Bilirubin, AST, and low cholesterol, low platelets.
All right. The only remaining symptom can be gained through a CT.
I concur, Doctor. The necessity for a CT examination is undeniable.
Excellent. Looks like our favorite patient's about to get a CT scan.
Lou says, I was also jaundiced when I was born and was sent to a different hospital on my own. My mom is still complaining that when she got me back, I was wearing something from Lost and Found.
We should move to the examination room then.
Biliary infection or chronic pancreatitis.
Now that we've proved a CT
Instead of the
exam
nice
is
nipples they
necessary,
put you in
it's
there.
time to teach that old fart a lesson.
Hooray for old farts!
Teaching any lessons, Doctor. Patients must be treated in an appropriate manner.
Oh, I'll treat him appropriately.
I'll treat him just how he deserves.
Yeah.
Hey, geezer. I'm gonna prove to you that you need a CT scan.
Your liver's gonna explode.
Roni, show him.
Neener, neener.
Yes, Doctor. This is the record of the current diagnostic progress.
And now, you need a CT exam. Is that all right with you, Mr. Assistant Secretary?
No, you fool.
Well, then let's hop to it. Roni, get us some approval, will ya?
Understood, Doctor. Sending the request now.
Suit yourself.
Congratulations, Doctor. The patient's CT examination is now available.
When did we do? Okay, we're very sneaky.
Yeah, thanks. That was
I think we're
great.
just making this up. Alright.
Ugh, I'm exhausted. Why did it have to take so long just to do an image analysis?
The images from the CT exam are ready. Please look over the results, Doctor.
Don't I get a break? Could have sworn we're supposed to have scheduled break time, right?
Well, I've taken like 3 bathroom breaks, so. Okay. Take care, Brian. Yeah, nothing standing out there. Oh. That's something's wrong here. We've got this weird shadow over here.
Hey now. The color difference confirms that ascites is formed. Well, this explains the blown abdomen. Roni, make a note of it. Write down the patient's got a pool in his abdomen.
I will abbreviate that, Doctor. New symptom observed. Ascites acute.
Thank you, Soulcaster. That's the sneeze I warned about at like 10 this morning when my sister and I were doing the gift exchange. This looks swollen too.
His liver's the size of a penguin. That ain't normal. Roni, make a note of that too.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Swollen liver.
And thank you, Lou.
We've got all the materials we need, Roni. Let's continue with the diagnosis back in my office.
Yes, Doctor. I've already made the data ready for you in the office.
All right, Roni. Let's finalize the diagnosis.
Yes, Doctor. Good luck.
Swollen liver, yippers. And the ascites accumulation, yes. We need scintigraphy exam too. Alright, how about hepatitis? Abdomen will confirm swelling of the liver. Yep. What about congestive liver failure? Liver may become swollen, yep. And, yep.
Congestive liver failure.
Surprise!
It's common for this disease to be just a complication of something linked with heart failure.
Would you like to make a note of the congestive liver failure and continue the diagnosis?
Better safe than sorry. Let's continue on with the diagnosis. Roni, fill out the necessary paperwork.
Understood, Doctor. Please begin investigating the patient's primary disease.
Congestive liver failure. Possible heart failure link.
Yes, Doctor. If left alone, his condition may become critical.
He's gonna complain. I can't send him home like this.
Yes, Doctor. I have obtained approval to continue diagnosis.
All right, let's go.
Phase 2.
So, you understand? It's exactly how I just explained it. From the symptoms I found, I can tell you you've got congestive liver failure.
Well, if you know what the hell is wrong with me, make the damn diagnosis so I can get out of here.
Unfortunately, I can't do that. I need to look into why you even have congestive liver failure in the first place.
What? Are you out of your mind?
Not at all, I'm afraid. The primary cause for congestive liver failure is heart failure.
Heart failure? Don't tell me.
Oh, looks like you do have an idea about this.
Of course not. I have no idea whatsoever.
All right, pal. Let's get clear on one thing. I'm a doctor. Even if a patient's a grumpy old man like yourself, I still have to save his life. So whether you like it or not, you're gonna tell me everything I need to know to diagnose you.
Damn. Suit yourself.
Divulge all your secrets.
That's preposterous. Yes. 2 years ago I did. But that has nothing to do with this.
Your heart failed 2 years ago? Are you a zombie?
I see. 2 years ago, huh? What was that about?
It's all water under the bridge. It has nothing to do with you.
Well, I'm stumped. Looks like he still wants to hide things from me.
Arguing with you is making me feel faint, you quack.
Feel faint, huh? Looks more like trouble breathing. And that's not even my fault, you old geezer. Roni, make a note of Mr. Tillman's shortness of breath.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Dyspnea.
If I really do get sick because of you, I'll sue your ass into the ground.
Why, I can't sue it into the air?
The country. This country needs me.
Then try not to die from heart failure.
What's a little chest pain compared to the well-being of our country?
I see. Chest pain, huh? I almost missed that one. Roni, write that one down too. Seriously, it's like pulling teeth with this guy.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Chest pain.
No youngster like you will stand in my way.
Chest pains and dyspnea. Man, you're so stubborn. But my suspicions of heart failure are even stronger now. How about it? Ready to cooperate with the exam yet?
All right, I'll cooperate with you. But if you don't find anything, you'll pay.
Who threatens a doctor? Oh well, that's fine.
No, I can think of a few.
Let's just continue the exam. I still have a feeling you're hiding something.
Alright, let's listen to that heart. Jesus, that's not great. I don't even need to compare that. Yeah, it's a pretty good beat, but that's not normal.
On top of S1 and S2, I can hear some additional heart rhythms. S3 and S4. Roni, jot this down.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. S3 and S4.
Alright, how them lungs? Well, there's something there.
There's some odd sounds in his breathing. Discontinuous sounds. Roni, did you get that one?
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Discontinuous sounds.
Probably the same on the other side. Yeah. Alright, how's the gut sound? Yeah, sounds fine. Whoops, blood pressure dropped? Good God. I think he was at like 120 or something earlier, and
Alright. The patient's blood pressure is unusually low. Roni, add that to his file.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Low blood pressure.
You again? Whoops. That just skyrocketed.
What the hell? The BNP level in his blood is abnormally high. Roni, that's worth recording.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. High BNP level.
Alright, time for the EKG. Let's check this guy's heart.
Understood, Doctor. Beginning preparations.
deep. This isn't the activity of a normal heart. Roni, write that down somewhere.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Abnormal Q waves.
Yes, it's Abnormal Days, Mary.
Heart failure. That's preposterous. Yes. 2 years ago,
I see. Well, I'm
still
arguing with. If I really do get the country, what's a little chest?
Do we need to do the other one? Oh, I've got his gut. Okay. Alright, did I miss something in the diagnostic? Let's see. We didn't do anything new here. Yeah, okay. Missing something apparently.
Yes. 2 years ago, I did. But that has nothing to do with it. Arguing. If I really do get sick because of the country, what's a little chest pain? No, you.
Sheesh. What am I missing? We got the heart and the lungs. Is this the heart? Did I not record the heart? I already recorded that one. Shoot. got his leg. Shoot, I'm gonna have to look up a fact. I'm apparently missing something, but I don't know what I'm missing. I mean, I've been over this thing twice. Like, what am I missing? Outside. Slow, that's fine. Right, right. Uh-huh. 5, 132, 52. Right. 4, 5, 2, 9, 2.2, right, and 13. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. Shit, I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't know what I'm missing. No, did I miss something on the EKG? I mean, it looks... Oh, shit, right there. I thought I saw that before, and then I looked at it like, I'm like, I don't see it, but... Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Odd. T-waves are showing negativity in this portion.
It only shows up every 8 beats or so, that's...
Bizarre. Roni, add that to the list.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Negative T waves.
There we go.
Well, looking at the symptoms until now, there seems to be an abnormality in the myocardium. Roni, get us approval for an X-ray.
Yes, Doctor. Beginning the approval process. Request complete. The X-ray examination is now available.
Huzzah! Alright, let's look at array of X's.
Results are in. Please examine the images, Doctor.
Alright, let's take a look at them.
Dr. Cunningham, I must explain the details of this examination to you.
Must you?
An X-ray examination is the most common radiography. Using electromagnetic radiation called X-rays, it can produce images of the inside of the human body.
You don't say. Can't believe I'm getting lectured on X-rays at my age.
Ooh. Yeah.
abnormality after all. To look at the movement of the myocardium, an echocardiogram would be ideal. Hey, Roni, you think you'll sit through the exam?
Doctor, I am required to remind you that a patient's consent is needed before examination.
I knew you'd say that. Well, we can always narrow down the list of candidates again if we need to persuade him. But let's try going to the exam room, just in case.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Enlarged heart.
Yeah, sir, your heart's about to explode, so, maybe not be a putz monkey about this.
So, we found an abnormality in your heart after all. And that means our next step is to proceed with echocardiography.
I refuse. How dare you treat me like some leper?
It's not how we treat lepers, sir.
Yeah, I get it. Stubborn as usual. Well, then let's talk about your past. What happened to you 2 years ago? So you aren't gonna tell me about that either, huh? Nothing. Well then, I'm stumped. Guess I'll have to find a hint from the information I've got.
Doctor, we have no choice but to check the symptoms against the candidates and look for clues.
Are you not done vacuuming yet? Jesus Christ. The apartments are 800 square feet. Surely it doesn't take you 3 fucking hours to vacuum.
Yep. Man, even you seem tolerable after dealing with that guy.
I do not understand what you mean.
Never mind. Come on, let's start the diagnosis.
I mean, there are kids up there. Maybe they just keep spilling stuff, so we just keep having to re-vacuum. And of course, since it's wood flooring up there, vacuuming is very loud. Alright, aortic dissection. How does the putz monkey relate to the jack tape? Got one more letters going on. Occurs in chest. Patient complains of chest pain. No back pain. We did have this. Yeah. Enlarged heart. Yes. Firm through. No, didn't see that. Dilated cardiomyopathy. Cardiomyopathy. Heart becomes large, weakened myocardium's movement. Initial stage present a subjective chest pains. Okay. Chest pain. Apnea. S3 and 4. Discontinuous sounds, that was on there. Abnormal Q waves, yep. Negative T waves. X-ray of the chest, enlarged heart. High BNP. And low blood pressure.
Well, the symptoms seem to all add up. Dilated cardiomyopathy. That's one serious disease.
Echocardiography is absolutely necessary to properly diagnose dilated cardiomyopathy.
Yeah, but we'll need some strong evidence if we're going to convince him. Wait, a relevancy to viral myocarditis. Don't tell me that's what happened 2 years ago.
Doctor, should we return to the examination room?
Yeah.
Damn Skippy!
Geezer. This isn't...
Acute pericarditis, hypertrophic myocardial infarction, pulmonary embolism, idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Lots of good stuff there. Night, Soulcaster.
You again, you quack? I will not let you examine me.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got a plan this time too.
Well, what? What kind of scheme are you running here?
I don't know. Just toying with the thought of leaking some interesting facts to the press. A certain politician who had viral myocarditis 2 years ago and collapsed due to heart disease.
What, you bastard? How the hell do you know about?
Bingo, huh? So it was viral myocarditis then.
What? Don't tell me. Did you?
Oh yeah, I lied to you. I needed confirmation that it was indeed viral myocarditis 2 years ago.
You bastard! How dare you? Who do you think I am?
George?
I'm not putting up with this any longer. I'm leaving.
Hey.
Shut the hell up. I will not hear another word out of you.
He's gonna collapse.
That's it.
Huh?
Now you listen to me. It doesn't matter who you are or what kind of powers you have. I'm a doctor, and as long as you're sitting in front of me, you're nothing more than a patient.
You mere patient.
Now, if you understand me, then shut up and let me do my job. Roni, send a request for echocardiography. We've got a date with the image analysis lab.
Request sent, Doctor. The echocardiography is now available.
I'm not sure how we do all this image analysis just
Roni, is the
instantly,
echocardiogram
but
ready?
it's the least intrusive echocardiogram, X-ray, MRI,
Yes, Doctor.
CT
It is
scan.
ready for you to review.
All right, let's take a look-see.
They just kind of happen magically.
I will now provide you with more information on this examination. Echocardiography is a technique of using ultrasonic waves to form an image of the heart. This examination is a safe and essential tool for observing heart irregularities and diseases.
Thanks, I had no idea. I mean, it wasn't my decision to run this exam on him, but whatever.
Not a very patient, yeah.
Doctor, I'm sorry, did you say something?
No.
Heed my sass, Roni. Alright. Yeah.
Just as I thought. The left ventricle is enlarged. Roni, you got that? Jeez, it's even worse than I imagined.
Understood, Doctor. New symptom observed. Enlarged left ventricle.
Let's get back to my office and decide on a diagnosis.
Yep.
Okay, we got all the
Still
symptoms.
vacuuming.
It's time to decide
Endless
on the
vacuuming.
diagnosis.
Pretty sure you can't hear that, but good God.
Yes, Doctor.
Alright. Enlarged left ventricle.
So it is dilated cardiomyopathy. Looks like the worst case scenario has come true.
Diagnosis complete. Well done, Doctor. Shall we notify the patient?
Of his imminent death? Yes.
Yeah. I'll tell him myself.
So, have you found out what's wrong with me yet?
Well, yeah.
So what is it, son? What's wrong with me?
Dilated cardiomyopathy. It's a disease where the heart muscle weakens. The myocarditis from 2 years ago is the likely
A
cause.
Roomba. That's actually not a bad thought.
Curable? When can I get back to the office?
There's a 50% chance you'll last 5 years. 10 years, maybe 30%. You need a heart transplant. Stop worrying about work.
Don't be ridiculous! Listen up, son. This country's in a pretty tight spot.
And you can't help if you're
It won't
dead,
last without
dumbass.
the honest folk at the range guiding it. Please, I love this nation, and I need to help save it.
Can't do that when you're dead.
Unfortunately, saving your life will have to come first. Take my advice. Move out to the country and wait for a donor.
Do you think he'll do that? I don't think he'll do that. Man, who gets a Roomba for a small room?
I heard Assistant Secretary Tillman has cardiomyopathy.
A small Roomba.
Yeah.
Can't we do anything? Maybe beta blockers or angiotensin.
You want someone who could die any second running the country?
Well, anyone could die any second.
He may live.
Some more likely than others,
His
but...
political career is over.
We can't do anything? He's so passionate about his work.
Medicine has its limits, and passion doesn't save lives. If that's all, I'm gonna get going.
Oh, wait. I need to talk to you about Joshua.
Shouldn't you be talking to the kid's family?
Isn't Joshua your son, Doctor?
The boy hardly knows my face. It's not much of a father.
But, Dr. Cunningham...
I bet he knows that cigarette.
It's over. Sometimes you need to learn when to give up.
Well, we told a good man, an old man, that his career is over and he's going to die. We've done good work here today. Okay. I know we're after 5, but that's an event. That's an event. That's actually a thing. So, okay, we'll call it here, because there isn't. When does his first surgery actually show up? No, it doesn't yet. All right, we didn't get to see any surgeries, but we got to see all kinds of fun stuff. This is a genuinely great game. I really like Trauma Team. I thought that was a great evolution of the Trauma Center series, and I'm really sad that they never did any more of these. This game came out in like 2009, 2010, somewhere around there, and maybe it just didn't sell very well. I don't know. But it's a great game. I love the fact that there's 6 different disciplines. They actually play remarkably differently, and I love the way everything ties together. Right, you know, the drug dealer guy who Hank threw a car at, and then Tomoe had to pull drugs out of his butt, and then the guy who ended up on Naomi's slab was a drug dealer for that guy. And as you may expect, later on in the game, we will actually we'll have to be working on Assistant Husawatsi Tillman. So there is actually an overarching story that goes through the entire game. And yes, it does have something to do with that lady in the very beginning of the game laying in a field of flowers with a bunch of butterflies. So if you get a chance and you have a working Wii, it is a Wii game. But it's one of the Wii games that uses motion controls in a smart way that doesn't suck. You know, a lot of it is pointing and clicking. You know, it's a point-and-click adventure. But a lot of it is also the way, like, the move in the endoscope where you pinch and push or pinch and pull. It just works very well. There's a couple things where you have to, like the polyp snare on the endoscope, you have to, I think it's the nunchuck, you have to twist a little bit to line it up, but it's not super duper accurate. I mean, it's not like requiring you to be super duper accurate. It's like just turn it a little bit to get it to line up. It's fine. So the motion controls, which I generally don't like, don't bother me. I feel they actually work well for the game. So if you have a Wii and you see Trauma Team on sale somewhere, I recommend it. I find the game a lot of fun. So anyway, that's it for this week. Next week we'll be starting in on the Crossbell arc with Trails from Zero, so look forward to that. Until then, have an excellent rest of the holiday weekend, and take care all. Bye-bye.